Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight's story, we're diving into the lore of Kharn the Betrayer. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor or the Dark Gods. I want to thank you guys for support. I've been killing it like usual. Now, let's get into the madness.
Colonel Malrek Voss had stopped believing in victory before the first wall fell. He had not confessed this to the Commissar. He had not allowed it to enter his voice when he spoke across the command vox, nor had he permitted the thought to survive long enough to become prayer. A man could doubt in silence. A servant of the throne could rot from within and still stand upright in the uniform of the Astra Militarum. What mattered was posture. What mattered was obedience. What mattered was that the line held until command issued permission for the line to die. The line had not held. It had screamed. Across the ash plains of Dravak Mortis, the Imperial defense belt stretched farther than the human eye could follow. A black continent of trenches, razor wire, ferrocrete redoubts, cathedral bastions, minefields, tank ditches, and corpse-clogged firing steps. Millions of guardsmen occupied it. Millions more had occupied it at dawn. Voss had watched regimental markers vanish from his hololith in red clusters, each one a formation a world's worth of fathers, sons, murderers, saints, cowards, martyrs, and nameless men pressed into the Emperor's service by birth, debt, or chain. Now the hololith was mostly static. Beyond the cracked armor glass of Bunker Primus, the world burned in layers. The nearest trenches were aflame with promethium. The middle distance vanished beneath artillery smoke and powdered masonry. Farther still, the macro cannon bastions fired through the murk, their barrels glowing dull orange, each thunderous discharge shaking dust from the bunker ceiling and making the icons of the Emperor rattle in their iron frames. Above them, the void shields flickered like dying stained glass, vast domes of pale light bruising under orbital fire. Every time the shields failed for a heartbeat, something from the heavens came down. A lance strike cut a regiment in half. A rain of burning drop pods fell among the reserve armor. A shell the size of a chapel landed somewhere beyond the 4th trench system and made the earth rise like a tidal wave. Voss stood with one gloved hand braced upon the command table. He was an old man by guard standards, which meant he had lived long enough to become useful and too long to remain whole. His left eye was augmetic. His right lung was vat-grown. His jaw still ached when the weather changed, though there was no weather on Dravak Mortis now, only ash and heat and the pressure wake of guns. The Voxnet was collapsing into hell. 17th Mordant, report. Screaming. Bastion St. Orphiel, confirm ammunition state. Prayer. Third line armor, advance by order of sector command. A wet choking sound, followed by a man laughing until the signal cut. The commissar beside him drew his bolt pistol and aimed it at a Vox officer who had begun whispering that they were all dead. The pistol barked once. The Vox officer folded over his own console, skull opened, blood spilling into the brass keys. No one looked away for long. They had seen too much to be frightened by discipline. Replace him, Voss said. A junior adjutant shoved the body aside and took the dead man's seat with shaking hands. The bunker shook again. This time the tremor came from the ground, not the sky. Voss turned toward the forward-picked feeds. Half were dead. The rest showed fragments of the apocalypse, chimera hulls burning in trenches too narrow for them to turn around, basilisks firing point blank over open sights, heavy bolter nests drowning in red-armoured bodies, a Baneblade named his unbroken will grinding backward over its own infantry as something with brass horns and a furnace mouth tore into its flank with rotating claws. Demon engines. The words tasted like treason, even inside his skull. One of the picked screens cleared for a moment, and Voss saw the first wave reach the inner wire. World Eaters. They came through artillery as if the guns were rain. Red and brass plate, horned helms, chain axes, chain blades, pistols vomiting muzzle flare, armor lacquered with old blood and fresh viscera. They did not advance in ranks. They surged. They bounded over craters and corpses, crashed through wire, smashed into barricades, and vanished beneath explosions only to rise again with limbs missing and weapons still moving. Behind them came rhinos with skulls welded to their prows, tracks grinding through bodies until mud, meat and oil became the same black paste. Land raiders pushed through shellfire like moving fortresses, Lascannons spitting white death into Imperial armor, assault ramps dropping before they had fully halted. Berserkers poured out. They hit the trenches in red waves. The first rank of guardsmen fired. Laser guns strobed in disciplined sheets. Plasma guns howled. Grenade launchers thumped. Heavy stubbers hammered until their barrels warped. Men shouted catechisms and range calls. Priests screamed the creed from loud hailers and swung chain swords above their heads. For several heartbeats, the killing was almost enough. Then the World Eaters reached them. The picked feed filled with motion too fast for mortal eyes. Chain axes rose and fell. Men burst open against ceramite fists. Heads left shoulders in sprays of arterial red. A sergeant rammed a bayonet through the soft seal beneath a berserker's helm and was rewarded by having his spine torn out through his chest. A squad knelt to fire into a charging giant and disappeared beneath him as his chain blade chewed through their bodies in a single sweep, turning flak armor, bone, and entrails into a dark fan across the trench wall. "Seal inner gate Kappa," Voss ordered. "Gate Kappa reports friendly units still outside, Lord Colonel." "Seal it." The adjutant relayed the command. On the picked, a blast door descended through a crowd of fleeing guardsmen. Some tried to crawl beneath it. The door came down anyway. Their bodies split and flattened under the sacred weight of Imperial architecture. For a moment the gate held. Then something struck it from the other side. Again, again, again. The iron buckled inward. A titan horn sounded across the battlefield, deep enough to make the blood tremble in Voss's teeth. Through the smoke strode Invictus Rex, a warlord of the Legio Ignatum, its cathedral carapace crowned in fire, voids shimmering, volcano cannon blazing into the red mass. Each step crushed trenches, tanks, and dead alike. Around its ankles marched Skitari cohorts in perfect formation, rad carbines glowing, robes snapping in the hot wind. Far to the east, a Reaver Titan fell to its knees beneath a swarm of demon engines, its princeps broadcasting Binharic hymns that dissolved into static as the god machine's head was torn open. Voss watched Invictus Rex fire again. The shot vaporized a land raider and the berserkers around it. The gap it left filled at once. There were too many. No, Voss thought, not too many. That was the wrong horror. Tyranids were too many. Orcs were too many. Cultists were too many. These were not too many. These were enough. One of the remaining feeds stuttered. It showed the breach at Inner Gate Kappa from a high-mounted servo skull. The gate had been torn from its housing. Smoke poured inward. Through it came the jackals first, mortal thralls marked by the blood god. Bare flesh pierced with hooks and brass, eyes wide with chemical devotion. They ran ahead of their masters with chain weapons, cleavers, auto pistols, and knives, dying in heaps beneath lass fire. They did not slow. Some had grenades wired into their ribs. Some carried icons made from spinal columns. One reached a sandbag wall and detonated himself with a laugh that clipped the vox into shrieking distortion. Behind them came the red giants. "Forward!" one snarled. "Skulls!" said another. "No shelter. No retreat. The weak are already dead." They were not communicating. They were exhaling commandments. Then the smoke changed. Voss felt it before he saw him. The bunker's strategium seemed to grow colder, despite the fires outside. The commissar stopped reciting the litany of defiance. The astropath in the corner began to weep blood from his covered eyes. Even the wounded men stopped moaning. On the feed, the berserkers parted without looking back. A figure walked through them. Not ran, not charged, walked. He was clad in armor, the color of arterial blood dried over old brass, a war plate of ancient pattern scarred by millennia of hatred. The helm was crested with great horned sweeps, the faceplate a snarling thing of black eye lenses and iron breath. Chains hung from him. Talismans clattered against his breastplate. Trophies knocked against his thighs. His armor was patched, desecrated, repaired, broken, repaired again, and sanctified by nothing but slaughter. Every plate bore cuts. Every cut held old darkness. The imperial Aquila, where it had once existed, had been scraped away, beaten flat, or buried beneath the rune of Khorne. In his right fist was Gorechild. Voss did not know the name then. He only knew the weapon was wrong in the way relics were wrong, too old and too famous for sanity. A chain axe with a great crescent head, its teeth screaming as they spun, each tooth glimmering with predatory hunger. It was chained to the warrior's wrist, not because he feared losing it, Voss understood, but because the weapon and the warrior had become a single sentence written in flesh. His left hand held a plasma pistol, its coils glowing white-blue, overheated from ceaseless fire. Steam hissed from the weapon. Warning runes flashed along its casing. The warrior ignored them. A guardsman rose from cover and fired a melter-gun at him. The beam struck his breastplate and washed across it in a sun-bright glare. The red warrior staggered half a step. Only half. He shot the guardsman in the face. The plasma bolt took the man's head, shoulders, and the sandbags behind him, leaving only burning boots and a rain of cooked meat. The warrior moved again. His helm lenses turned from target to target with mechanical patience, and for an insane moment, Voss imagined the world as the warrior saw it. Red data glare, heat signatures, range marks, threat runes, heartbeats, weak points, kill paths, a tally flickering somewhere inside the helm feed, ancient numbers climbing, failing, restarting, becoming meaningless because no sum could contain what he was. What did a number matter when every life was only a drop poured onto an altar? What did counting mean when the galaxy itself was the offering? "Name him," Voss said. No one answered. "Name him." The adjutant at the dead Vox officer's console looked up. His face had gone the colour of wax. "Command Archive returns one match, Lord Colonel." The bunker shook as another inner redoubt fell. "Speak." The adjutant swallowed. "Kharn." The commissar made the sign of the Aquila with fingers that did not quite obey him. Voss had heard the name in officer briefings, in forbidden threat catechisms, in old crusade records sealed beneath black clearance. Kharn the betrayer, Kharn of the 8th Assault Company, Kharn of the World Eaters, Kharn, equerry to Angron, Kharn, whose coming meant discipline failed, walls failed, oaths failed, and men discovered how little difference there was between faith and screaming. On the picked feed, a World Eater stumbled in front of him, wounded, slow, blocking the advance by the smallest measure. Kharn killed him without looking. Gorechild passed through the warrior's spine, armor, reactor cabling, and hearts in a blur of chain teeth. The berserker fell in two twitching halves. Kharn stepped over him and kept walking. A knot of jackals knelt before him, raising skulls and chanting. He walked through them as artillery fire walked through grass. One vanished beneath his boot. Another lost an arm to the backswing of Gorechild. A third was caught by a stray plasma discharge and burst like a sack of boiling blood. Kharn did not slow. Worship did not interest him. Only killing did. Devotion that knelt was merely another form of obstruction. "Redirect the storm sword," Voss ordered. "Bring all bunker guns to bear on Gate Kappa. Every barrel, every charge, every shell." "The storm sword is gone, Lord Colonel." "When?" 6 minutes ago. Time had lost meaning. 6 minutes could contain an empire's death. The bunker guns opened. Autocannons hammered. Lascannons stabbed through smoke. Heavy bolters tore red-armoured warriors apart at the waist. Mortars dropped shells into the breach until the picked feed became fire and dust. For several breaths, nothing lived in the gate mouth. Then Kharn came through the smoke. His armour burned. One horn was chipped. His left pauldron bled sparks. Something black and wet hung from Gorechild's teeth. He raised the plasma pistol and fired into the bunker's outer optic shrine. The feed died. A moment later, the outer door screamed. Voss drew his chainsword. Its motor coughed, then roared. Around him, officers lifted pistols, sabres, shotguns, heirloom blades, anything that could be held by men whose deaths had finally entered the room. The commissar stood beside the colonel and reloaded his bolt pistol with hands that had steadied. "For the Emperor," the commissar said. Voss almost laughed, not from mockery, from exhaustion, from gratitude that someone had remembered the correct words. "For the Emperor," he answered. The first blast door blew inward, not open, inward. It crushed 2 aides beneath its smoking mass. Red light poured through the breach. Shapes moved in it. The command bunker filled with bolter fire. Men burst apart against consoles. Cogitators exploded. The hololith died in a storm of sparks, taking with it the last illusion that the battle could still be understood. World Eaters entered like a butcher's tide. The commissar fired until a chain axe removed his arm, shoulder, and half his chest. He died standing for almost a full second before falling. Voss cut into the first berserker's throat seal and felt his chainsword bite. The giant backhanded him across the room. His ribs broke. His augmetic eye cracked. He landed against the command table and tasted blood, oil, and powdered teeth. Through the carnage came Kharn. He was not hurried. He had no need to be. The bunker was already dead. Its occupant simply had not finished falling. An officer lunged at him with a power sword. Gorechild took the blade, the hand, the arm, and the man's head in 2 motions. A priest thrust an icon into Kharn's path and screamed that the Emperor protected. Kharn's plasma pistol flared. The priest became light, then meat, then smoke. Voss tried to stand. One leg failed. He dragged himself upright by the command table, chainsword still in hand. He looked into Kharn's black lenses and knew there would be no duel, no honour, no last exchange worthy of a regimental banner. Kharn did not see him as a commander. He did not see him as a man. He saw obstruction, warm matter, a skull not yet taken. Still, Voss raised his blade. Kharn stepped close. The chain axe revved. The colonel's last sight was his own blood striking Kharn's breastplate and vanishing among all the older stains. After that, the bunker spoke with the voices of the dying. Kharn found the Master Vox. He tore the operator away from it and pressed one gore-slit gauntlet against the transmission rune. across the remaining Imperial channels, through trenches, tanks, medici stations, artillery pits, Titan cockpits, and prayer chapels, the defenders of Dravak Mortis heard what remained of Bunker Primus. They heard men dying under chained teeth. They heard berserkers roaring. They heard bones crack, lungs empty, and officers beg the Emperor for an answer that did not come. Then, beneath it all, they heard Gorachild. The sound spread over the Vox like a sermon made of iron. Outside, the void shields failed. The sky opened. The world became smoke. And far beyond that smoke, far beyond the burning trenches of the late 41st millennium, beyond the Great Rift and the corpse light of a broken Imperium, the red path ran backward through 10,000 years of blood, back to Terra, back before the brass, back before the red, back before the blood god's full claim, back to a young warrior of the Warhounds who had not yet earned damnation, standing beneath a pitiless sun, learning that a man could be made into a weapon long before any god reached for him. Kharn had been born beneath Terra's poisoned sky, before the stars knew his name, and before gods learned to savour the rhythm of his hearts. He remembered little of childhood that had not been beaten into shape by later memory. Terra had not been a cradle. It had been a furnace of men. Hive stacks rose like iron mountains through brown cloud banks, their spires scraping at a sun hidden behind industrial filth and ancient atmospheric scars. The air tasted of rust, sweat, old engines and human desperation. Every district had its own law. Every clan had its own knife. Every ration line was a battlefield waiting to remember itself. Men learned early that mercy was a luxury paid for by someone else's blood. Kharn had learned faster than most. Before Geneseed, before Ceramite, before the Legion's white and blue plate locked around his transhuman frame, he had been one more Terran aspirant dragged from the brutal mathematics of survival. He had been weighed, cut, measured, poisoned, broken, awakened, and broken again. He had not screamed when the implantation fevers came. Others had. He remembered their cries echoing through the hypnovaults, remembered the stink of fevered sweat and antiseptic, remembered the wet choking sounds when bodies rejected what had been forced into them. The apothecaries had not mourned failures. Failure was information. Corpses were instruction. The warhounds were not sentimental. They made warriors the way ancient Terra made blades, by heat and pressure, an impact without pity. Kharn survived because survival was the first commandment of all flesh. He endured because endurance was only another form of aggression. He listened when hypno-catechisms poured into his skull. He watched when veterans demonstrated the killing arcs of a chain axe, the locking stance of a boarding shield, the timing of a bolter fired at the instant before contact. He learned that close combat was not chaos. It was grammar. Every cut had syntax. Every impact carried meaning. Every enemy line, no matter how disciplined, had joints, gaps, throats. He had no gift for empty words. When other neophytes cursed, boasted, or prayed to whatever scraps of superstition clung to them from Terra's underhives, Kharn remained silent. Silence made instructors notice him. Silence made rivals hate him. Silence made every answer he gave sound like a verdict. On Bot, silence was almost impossible. The training world was a butcher's anvil set beneath a hard, dead sky. Its fortress complexes were sunk into scarred plains where wind dragged dust across fields of bone and spent shell casings. There were pit arenas of black iron, trench mazes flooded with chemical smoke, void ship corridors rebuilt at full scale for boarding drills, and kill houses where aspirants learned to breach, clear, and leave nothing behind but ruin. Bot did not teach pain as punishment. Bot taught pain as language. A broken rib told a warrior where his guard had failed. A split scalp taught range. A shattered hand taught humility or ended a career. The warhounds preferred humility dead. Kharn fought in the pits before he wore full battle plate. He fought with practice blades, then chain blades with blunted teeth, then chain axes that did not care whether a warrior was an aspirant or a veteran. He learned the weight of a shield against his forearm, the pressure of an enemy's charge absorbed through locked knees, the moment when a shield wall ceased to be protection and became a hammer. He learned to fight in silence while others roared. He learned to read shoulders, hips, helm tilt, breath rhythm, the tiny betrayals of flesh before a strike came. Once, in the red sand of the fourth pit, a larger aspirant from the Pan-Pacific tribes tried to break him by force. The warrior came in with both hands around a training axe, snarling through a mouthguard, muscles swollen with combat stimulants. Kharn took the first blow on his shield and let the impact numb his arm to the elbow. He gave ground once, only once. The second blow never landed. Kharn stepped inside the arc, drove the rim of his shield into the warrior's throat, hooked his ankle, and brought him down hard enough to crack the arena floor plating. He placed the axe head against the fallen aspirant's face. The overseer waited for him to finish it. Kharn did not look up. "Yield," he said. The aspirant spat blood. Kharn pressed down. The chain teeth were not powered, but pressure was enough. Bone shifted beneath skin. The aspirant yielded with a wet gasp. Afterward, a veteran sergeant asked why he had spared him. Kharn wiped blood from his knuckles and looked at the warrior who had asked. "He may kill for the Legion later. And if he does not? Then I should have killed him." The veteran watched him for a long moment. Then he nodded, not with approval, but with recognition. The distinction mattered. Approval was soft. Recognition was useful. The warhounds were brutal, but they were not yet broken. Their fury had discipline wrapped around it like iron bands around a gun barrel. They did not worship the act of killing. They studied it. They did not charge because they could not think. They charged because they had already thought, already chosen the point of impact, already calculated how many bodies it would cost to open the way. The Legion favored assault, but assault was not madness. Boarding shields advanced in locked formation beneath curtains of bolter fire. Breacher squads moved through void ship choke points with methodical savagery. Chain axes came after the volleys, after the grenades, after the shield impact, when the enemy was compressed and deaf and afraid. Kharn excelled there, not because he was the largest, not because he was the loudest, because he understood that violence had momentum, and momentum could be directed. During the compliance of Carousel, he first spoke words that would follow him through years of war, though no remembrancer stood near enough to make them pretty. Carousel was a techno-barbarian holdout in the northern reaches of a newly charted human domain, a world of ash citadels, rad deserts, and machine kings who wore their ancestors' skulls wired into command helms. Their armies marched beneath copper banners, shield walls of vat-grown giants and gene-cold soldiers, their front ranks locked behind slab shields plated with scavenged adamantium. Behind them, Volkite culverins and rad mortars fired from crawler platforms, while their priest engineers screamed binary blasphemies at the sky. The expedition commanders offered terms. Carousel answered by impaling Imperial envoys on antenna spires and broadcasting their deaths through static. The warhounds were released at dawn. Dawn on Carousel was not light. It was fire behind dust. Orbital debris rained through the upper atmosphere from void stations killed in the night, burning down in long, incandescent trails like scripture written by wrath. Chunks of station hulls struck the plains beyond the citadel and blossomed into mushrooming flame. The sky flashed white as fleet guns walked their bombardment across the outer bastions. Macro shells cracked mountains of ferrocrete. Lances punched through shield generators. The air shook with the anger of compliance. Kharn's company advanced through the storm. He was not captain then, not yet, but the warriors around him already listened when he spoke. His armor was marked by dust and impact scoring, white and blue beneath a skin of battlefield grime. His chain axe hung low in his fist. His boarding shield was locked to his left arm, its face dented by shrapnel. Around him, warhounds moved in compact assault blocks, bolter's mag locked until the range closed, shields angled, helms turning by fractions as Auspec's ghosts flickered across their lenses. The enemy shield wall waited at the foot of the Citadel causeway, thousands deep, overlapping plates bristling with spear guns and shock mauls. Their discipline was impressive. Their mistake was believing a wall was strongest at the front. A lieutenant voxed across the assault channel. They are dug in. Heavy weapons cover the approach. We take the wall head on. We lose a third before contact. Kharn watched the enemy line through magnified helm sight. He saw the shield density, the raised angles, the firing lanes. He saw the crawler platforms behind them. He saw the narrow service trench half buried beneath slag to the left of the causeway, protected from direct fire because no mortal formation could move through it quickly enough to matter. The enemy line has a throat, Kharn said. Cut there. There was a pause over the vox. Then the lieutenant answered. Mark it. Kharn marked it. The warhounds shifted without ceremony. No banners waved, no speeches were given. One assault block became three. Heavy weapons fired smoke and fragmentation into the causeway, while the central formation advanced as bait. Enemy Volkite beams burned through dust and turned Legion serfs and support troopers into ash silhouettes. Bolter fire cracked back in disciplined rhythm. Men died. The warhounds did not hurry. They did not need to hurry. Speed was not the same as haste. Kharn led the left thrust into the service trench. It was too narrow for mortal troops in formation and too clogged with rusted pipework for tanks. For Legiones Astartes, it was a wound in the battlefield. They entered it crouched beneath their shields, boots crushing old conduit, shoulder plates scraping sparks from the walls. Radfire hissed overhead. A shell burst close enough to fill the trench with stone teeth and shrapnel. One warhound lost half his helm and kept moving until a second burst took his head. Kharn stepped over him without slowing. At the trench's end, the enemy had placed a gate of welded girders and chain mesh. Kharn struck it once with his shield, testing the weight. Then he activated his chain axe. The teeth screamed. He cut through the gate, through the braces, through the first soldier beyond it, who tried to hold the breach with a shock pike. The man came apart from shoulder to hip, organs spilling, steaming into the dust.
Kharn stepped through the opening and fired his bolt pistol into the next face he saw. The explosive round detonated inside the warrior's skull and painted the rear ranks black-red. The warhounds came after him. They hit the flank of the shield wall like a guillotine. Chain axes found knees, elbows, necks, shield straps, the soft seals beneath armor, the fingers gripping weapons. Bolters fired at arm's length. Boarding shields smashed men backward into their own ranks. Kharn moved at the front, not roaring, not laughing, not lost to bloodlust. He killed with deliberate economy. A cut to open, a shield strike to stagger, a boot to break the knee, an axe stroke to finish. He was not merciful. He was not wasteful. There was a difference. The shield wall turned inward to contain him. That was the second mistake. The central Warhound's charge struck the moment the carousel line twisted. Hundreds of Ceramite giants slammed into the front with shields raised and chain axes howling. The enemy wall folded at the angle Kharn had made. It did not collapse at once. Good troops rarely did. It bent, strained, screamed, and then split. Once split, it became meat. Kharn reached the crawler platforms as the techno-barbarian command cast attempted withdrawal. Their priest engineers unleashed Volkite fire into their own men to slow the Legion advance. Kharn saw it and understood them at last. They were not cowards. They were efficient. That almost made them worth killing. A machine king in brass scale armor descended from the command crawler, helm crowned with wired skulls, power glaive crackling in both hands. He spoke through a grill of polished bone. "You are weapons without kings." Kharn tilted his head. "We have a master. Then die for him." The machine king lunged. He was fast, altered beyond baseline humanity, his limbs too long, his reflexes sharpened by nerve grafts. The glaive struck Kharn's shield and carved a glowing scar across its face. Khorne let the second strike glance from his pauldron, accepted the pain, stepped close, and drove his helm into the king's faceplate. Bone grill shattered. The king staggered. Kharn hooked the glaive shaft under his arm, trapped it, and brought his chain axe up through the monarch's abdomen. The weapon chewed until it found the spine. The machine king died looking surprised. Kharn pulled the axe free and turned back to the battlefield. The citadel gates were opening. Warhounds were already inside. Carousel fell before night. There were survivors. Administratum clerks later called them compliant citizens. Kharn called them unarmed enemy assets and saw no reason they should live if they could not serve. He obeyed the order to cease killing when it came, but obedience was not respect. He stood among heaps of dead beneath the citadel's copper banners and watched mortal prisoners kneel in rows, their faces grey with terror, their hands raised in surrender. A company officer approached him. "The remembrancers will call this a clean compliance." Kharn looked at the bodies, at the shattered wall, at the prisoners who would become labour, tithe, and eventually bone. "No compliance is clean." The officer gave a dry laugh. That sounded almost like regret. It was correction. Years gathered around him in blood and iron. Kharn rose because he won. He did not rise because he flattered commanders, nor because he cultivated allies among the officer caste. He was trusted because objectives given to him were taken. He was feared because when resistance broke, he did not always stop at the same moment as everyone else. Orders could halt him. Nothing softer could. Mercy, to Kharn, was not evil. It was merely inefficient unless it served a later victory. Prisoners could labour. Broken enemies could warn others. Surrender could shorten a campaign. But mercy for its own sake had no place in the arithmetic of conquest. The Legion marked him. Veterans who had fought through the unification wars watched him with guarded approval. Younger warriors followed his movements in the pits. Commanders learned that he could read a battlefield faster than many could read a tactical slate. When he took command of the 8th Assault Company, there was no ceremony grand enough to matter. A transfer of authority, a roll of honour, a blade salute in the arming chamber. The work continued. Captain Kharn of the Warhounds became a name spoken, with the clipped respect of warriors who had no patience for myth. Then the message came. It arrived in the strategium of the Legion flagship during the long transit between wars, borne through astropathic choirs and sealed by authority
no captain could ignore. The Primarch had been found. Their father. The word moved through the warhounds like a pressure change before a storm. Some warriors spoke of completion, some of destiny. Some said nothing, but polished their armor until the white plates gleamed beneath the lumen strips. Even the oldest veterans, men who had seen Unity's last horrors and the Great Crusade's first triumphs, seemed altered by the news. A legion without its Primarch was a blade without a hand. Now the hand had been found. Kharn stood in the arming hall among the warriors of the 8th as serfs locked his armor into place. He listened to the voices around him, the restrained hope hidden beneath martial discipline. He understood it. He even shared some portion of it, though he would not have named the feeling hope. Hope was imprecise. Expectation was better. A father would give shape. A father would give purpose. A father would look upon the warhounds and see what they had made of themselves in his absence. He would make them greater. He would complete the language of their violence. The fleet translated. The world below was called New Syria. What they found there was not completion. It was a wound in the shape of a god. Angron did not greet his sons. He did not bless them. He did not look upon the legion with pride. He had been taken from a mountain of dead brothers and sisters, stolen from the death he had chosen, torn away from the only warriors he had ever called his own. The Emperor had saved his life and, in doing so, had made survival into an insult. The warhounds brought their commanders before him. He killed them. The first officer entered with helm removed and oath prepared. Angron broke him before the oath was finished. The second went armed, believing caution might succeed where reverence had failed. Angron tore the weapon from his grip and used it to open him from groin to throat. The third tried silence. Angron answered silence with fists that could pulp ceramite. Beyond the sealed chamber, warriors waited in the corridor with weapons lowered and hearts pounding in controlled rhythms. Kharn stood among them, helm beneath one arm, his face still, his eyes fixed on the blood seeping under the door. A captain beside him muttered, "This is madness." Kharn did not answer. Another scream sounded from within. The chamber shook. Something heavy struck the wall. Then came a wet collapse. The door opened. An apothecary serf stumbled out, white robes soaked red, eyes empty with shock. Behind him, in the gloom of the chamber, Angron moved like a chained catastrophe. Massive, bare-headed, scarred, nails buried in his skull, eyes bright with a rage so complete it seemed less an emotion than an atmosphere. No one stepped forward. Kharn handed his helm to the warrior beside him. "What are you doing?" the captain asked. Kharn looked at the blood on the floor, then at the shadow of the Primarch beyond the door. "Speaking to our father. He will kill you." Kharn walked forward. "Then he will know one of his sons." The command deck of the battle barge was silent except for the machinery of obedience. Cogitator banks clicked and whispered. Servo skulls drifted on incense-thin suspensor fields. The Strategium's brass displays cast cold light over the faces of warriors who had not been bred to fear and yet had learned, within the span of a few blood-soaked hours, that fear could be taught even to the legion's Astartes. It came not from the enemy. It came not from Xenos witchcraft, not from orbital fire, not from the void. It came from the sealed chamber 3 decks below, where their father waited in chains and hated them for existing. Kharn stood among captains and line officers beneath the hanging banners of the warhounds. The banners were clean by Legion standards, white and blue,
marked with battle honors from compliance wars, already fading into the vastness of the Great Crusade. Their victories hung above them like accusations. What did victory matter now? What did conquest mean to sons whose father had looked upon them and seen only jailers? The deck plates still bore marks from the first procession. Captain Gart had gone below, with his helm removed, sword sheathed, and words prepared. He had been a veteran of the Unification Wars, a warrior whose name was etched into the Legion's oldest rolls. He had walked into the chamber as a son presenting himself to his gene-sire. He had come out in pieces carried by servitors. The second officer had taken a squad with him. He had believed discipline might succeed where reverence had failed. They had entered with weapons lowered but ready, boarding shields locked, shock mauls prepared to subdue rather than kill. No one had said aloud how absurd that had been, trying to subdue a Primarch. They had learned the cost of the absurdity. One shield had come back folded around the arm, still inside it. One helm had rolled down the corridor, the faceplate caved inward so deeply that the warrior's skull had fused with ceramite. The third had gone alone and armed. The third had not returned at all. Now no one spoke of going. Angron had been found on Nuceria. That had been the official declaration. The Primarch of the 12th Legion had been recovered. The lost father had been restored to his sons. The Emperor's work had been made more complete. Kharn had seen the truth beneath the language. Angron had not been recovered. He had been stolen. Not from a prison, but from a death he had chosen. He had been torn from the mountain where his slave brothers and sisters had waited to die beside him beneath the weapons of their masters. He had been denied the only end he desired and delivered into the arms of sons who wore his blood in their veins, but carried none of his memories. The ship shook gently as it adjusted course. Around the command deck, mortal crew bent lower over their stations. They had learned not to look toward the Legion officers. They had learned that the wrath below had a shadow, and that shadow moved through every deck. A centurion standing near the hololithic pit broke the silence. "We cannot leave him there." No one answered. Another warrior, his pauldron still scratched from the fighting on Nuceria's upper atmosphere, gave a bitter sound. "He kills any who approach. He is our Primarch. He is a storm given flesh. He is our Primarch," the first repeated. Kharn looked at the sealed hatch beyond the command deck, though the chamber lay far below. His face was bare. His helm was mag-locked to his thigh. The skin around his eyes bore the grey fatigue of too many hours without rest, though fatigue meant little to one of the Emperor's transhuman weapons. He had not removed the blood from his gauntlets. Some of it belonged to warriors whose names he had known. Some of it did not. The equerry's staff did not yet hang from his belt. No title yet marked him as the one who could stand nearest to Angron and live. He was only Kharn of the 8th Assault Company, a captain trusted because he did not break formation under fire, feared because he understood slaughter too well, watched now because he had been the first to volunteer after stronger, older, louder men had died. The centurion saw his movement. "Kharn!" Kharn turned. "You do not need to do this." "No," Kharn said. "Then why?" Kharn did not answer immediately. Through the deck, through armor, through the constant tremor of a warship alive with reactors and engines, he imagined he could feel the Primarch below. Not hear him. Not truly. Feel him. A pressure beneath the ship's iron skin. A wound that would not clot. Because he must be spoken to. He does not listen. Then we must learn how to be heard. The centurion's mouth tightened. "And if he kills you?" "Then you will know my method failed.
There was no bravado in it. That was why the others fell silent. Kharn had never spent words on ornament. He did not posture before danger. He did not raise his voice to make courage visible. Courage that needed display was only fear in ceremonial armor. He walked from the command deck. The corridors beyond were lined with legionaries standing guard at intervals that would have contained a mutiny, a demon, or a reactor breach. None of them seemed certain which they faced. Serfs scrubbed at the deck where blood had dried between the plates. One of them trembled so violently that the brush clicked against the metal. A warhound moved to strike him for the weakness. Kharn lifted one hand. The warrior stopped. "Leave him," Kharn said. Ya, Serf froze, expecting some deeper cruelty. "He cleans blood," Kharn continued. "Let him clean." It was not mercy. Mercy would have required concern. It was function. The serf served a use. That was enough. The lower he descended, the worse the damage became. Bulkhead icons had been torn free. A support pillar was dented inward at chest height where something massive had struck it. The corridor outside the prison chamber stank of ruptured organs, disinfectant, hot metal, and the ozone reek of restraint fields pushed beyond tolerances. Apothecaries waited with sealed Medicae harnesses, but none stood near the door. They were gene-wrought killers and flesh sculptors, masters of battlefield repair, yet they kept their distance like villagers outside a cave. Kharn stopped before the chamber entrance. A veteran sergeant stood there, helm under one arm, face rigid. "He is restrained," the sergeant said. "For now." Kharn looked at the door. It was reinforced adamantium, scored from within. "For now," he echoed. "Do you want a shield?" "No." "A shock maul?" "No." "At least take your helm." Kharn considered that. A helm might preserve his skull for a fraction longer. It might also make him another armoured shape, another jailer in ceramite, another faceless son demanding obedience from a father who had known only chains. "No." The sergeant stared at him. "You will go in bareheaded?" "I will go in as his son." The door opened with a hydraulic groan. Heat rolled out, though the chamber beyond was cold. It was the heat of exertion, blood, rage, and broken machinery. The room had been made into a prison with haste and imperial arrogance. Restraint anchors had been bolted into the walls. Heavy chains ran from them to the figure in the center. Stasis projectors flickered above, damaged by impacts. Shock pylons stood in a circle, their heads sparking intermittently where cables had been torn loose. Blood marked every surface. Some of it steamed, some had dried to black. Angron knelt amid the wreckage. No hymn could have prepared a son for the sight of him. He was immense even in restraint, larger than the warriors made from his genetic shadow, not merely in height or muscle, but in presence, as if reality bent under the burden of him. His skin was scarred by a life of blades. Old brands and fresh wounds crossed one another in layers. Cables and butcher's implants bit into his skull, vanishing beneath flesh. Iron teeth sunk into the seat of thought and pain. His head was bowed, but not in submission. It was the posture of a beast gathering strength to tear out the throat of the world. His eyes lifted. Kharn felt the look strike harder than a weapon. There was no nobility in Angron's gaze, no paternal warmth, no recognition of destiny fulfilled. There was hatred, raw and total, but beneath that hatred lay something worse. Grief without language, betrayal without horizon. A slave's fury expanded until it had become divine in scale and monstrous in consequence. The Primarch's lip curled. Another one. His voice was a broken engine dragged through meat. Kharn stepped inside. The door sealed behind him. Angron pulled against the chains. The anchors groaned. One of the shock pylons spat lightning across his back. He did not flinch. The pain seemed to pass into him and find itself among greater things. "Come to kneel," Angron growled. "Come to claim blood. Come to tell me what I am." Kharn walked closer and stopped beyond arm's reach. He knew the distance was meaningless. A Primarch could cross it faster than a mortal could blink, faster than even a Legiones Astartes could properly answer. "No." Angron bared his teeth. "No. I came because others failed. They came to command. They came to honor. They came as fools." "Yes," Kharn said. The chains creaked again. Angron stared at him, and a lesser warrior might have mistaken the pause for confusion. Kharn did not. Angron was deciding whether to kill him at once or after another breath. "You agree. They thought honor would matter to you." Angron surged forward. Chains snapped taut. The deck buckled beneath one knee. Kharn did not step back. "Honor?" Angron roared. "Honor is what masters name the leash when slaves stop biting it." The words hit the chamber like shellfire. Kharn heard the pain inside them. Not weakness, never weakness. Pain weaponized until it had become language. "My brothers died on that mountain," Angron said. "My true brothers, my true sisters. They died waiting for me. They died with my name in their mouths, and your emperor took me from them." Kharn said nothing. "Do you hear me, little weapon? He took me from my death. Yes. He chained me to life. Yes. And now you come wearing my blood, calling yourself son." Kharn lowered his eyes, not in submission to fear, but because the truth deserved acknowledgement. "We are your sons. I did not ask for sons. No." Kharn lifted his gaze again. "But we are here." For a moment, the chamber seemed to hold its breath. Angron's face twisted. Kharn could not tell whether it was rage or something close enough to grief to be indistinguishable from it. The Primarch yanked one arm against its restraint. The chains screamed. Links as thick as a mortal wrist distorted under the force. "Leave." "No." Angron's eyes widened. "No." "Command us, father." The Primarch lunged. One chain tore free from the wall. He crossed the distance in a blur of muscle, iron, and wrath. His fist struck Kharn in the breastplate. The impact threw him across the chamber. He hit the wall hard enough to dent it. Pain detonated through his ribs. His secondary heart stuttered once, then corrected. Blood filled his mouth. He slid to the deck on one knee, armor shrieking where ceramite had cracked. Angron loomed over him, one arm still chained, the other free and dripping blood from torn restraints. "I am not your father." Kharn rose. It took effort. He did not disguise it. He spat blood onto the deck. "You are Angron," he said, "Lord of the 12th, Primarch of the Warhounds. Whether you wanted us or not, we are made from you." Angron hit him again. This time Kharn saw the blow and did not move aside. It caught him across the shoulder and helm maglock, tearing the helm from his thigh and sending it skidding across the floor. His pauldron cracked. Warning runes flared across his retinal display from the armor's internal systems. He stayed on his feet for half a breath, then fell. The free fist rose. Kharn looked up at the god who hated worship. No plea came, no defense, no threat, no claim of worth. "If my death serves," Kharn said, "take it." Angron froze. The fist remained above him, large enough to pulp his skull into paste. The Primarch's breath came in great animal pulls. The nails in his skull twitched beneath scarred flesh. Blood ran down his temple from where the implants had torn skin during his struggles.
His face held a hatred so deep it had burned through madness and reached the hollow beneath. "Why do you not beg?" Kharn coughed. "More blood." "Would it matter?" Angron stared at him. "No." "Then I will not waste your time." The fist lowered slowly, not in mercy. Kharn understood that. The Primarch had not spared him because he cared. He had spared him because, for the first time since his theft from Nuceria, a son had not lied to him, not demanded gratitude, not wrapped chains in ceremony and called them destiny. Angron turned away and dragged the broken chain behind him. "Command us, father," Kharn said again, softer. Angron's laugh was a ruin. "Command you? I would command you to die. Then we would die. I would command you to kill. Then we would kill. I would command you to burn the worlds that kneel." Kharn stood, slowly, one hand against the wall. "Then they should not kneel where you can see them." Angron looked back. Something changed then. Not healing. There would be no healing. Not forgiveness. The dead on Nuceria would remain dead, and the Emperor's theft would remain unforgiven. But Angron saw in Kharn a shape he understood. Not a courtier, not an officer seeking favor, a weapon willing to be used and honest enough to know that use was not love. "Your name?" "Kharn." "Kharn," Angron said, as if testing how it would sound over a battlefield. "Go back to them." "Yes. Tell them I want no sons." Kharn bowed his head once. Angron's voice lowered. "Tell them if they follow me, I will lead them only to blood." Kharn met his eyes. "They will follow." The warhounds changed after that. Not at once. Legions did not become monsters in a single order, no matter what later histories pretended. The change came as rust came to iron, red blooming beneath old paint, first in small places, then everywhere. Angron did not love them. That truth settled into the Legion's bones. Some denied it. Some raged against it. Some tried to earn what could not be earned. Kharn did none of these things. He served. That was his tragedy, though he did not yet know the word for it. He became the voice between the Primarch and the Legion, the warrior summoned when Angron's wrath made councils impossible, the captain who could enter chambers others avoided, the son who could stand close enough to hear the chain of the Primarch's breath and still speak incomplete sentences. Officers came to him with questions meant for their father. Compliance commanders learned to address Kharn when Angron's mood made strategy a dangerous offering. Mortal envoys trembled before him, because if Kharn listened, there was a chance the Red Angel would not. The Legion began to take its new name in blood: World Eaters. At first, it was a title, a declaration of what they would do to any world that resisted the Emperor's will and Angron's fury. Later, it became confession. Later still, prophecy. Their campaigns changed. Withdrawal became shameful. Delay became weakness. Surrender became an irritant unless it served immediate compliance. Prisoners became fewer. Punishments became broader. Cities that would once have been taken district by district were broken by direct assault. Their command bastions stormed before negotiations had finished transmitting. Planetary governors learned that to resist the 12th was to invite not conquest, but violation, not defeat, but example. On Jorvax, the Legion descended into a hive rebellion where the enemy had fortified every transit artery and hab spine. A more patient force might have starved them out or severed their power grids. Angron ordered the lower districts breached and flooded with assault companies. Kharn led the 8th through sewer vaults wide enough for tanks, through manufactorum catacombs, through darkness lit by muzzle flare and chain teeth. Rebels with industrial cutters and stolen Lascannons died pressed against their own barricades. Those who threw down weapons were trampled when the next wave advanced. On Belisar Tertius, an enemy general offered surrender after the outer wall fell. Angron ordered the inner city taken anyway, because the offer had come late, and late obedience was only fear wearing a mask. Kharn carried the command without embellishment. The 8th assaulted at dusk. By dawn, the palace steps were buried beneath the bodies of men who had believed surrender possessed sacred weight. Kharn stood in the throne room afterward, gore darkening his armor, while the governor's surviving sons were dragged before him. One of them asked why. Khorne looked at the boy, though boy was a mortal word and meant little to him. Because your father waited. The son did not understand. Kharn had him taken away to the compliance officials. Labor was useful. Understanding was not required. The World Eaters still possessed discipline, but it curdled around a hotter core. Pit duels grew more savage. Honor markings became kill markings. Chain axes multiplied through the armories until their hungry teeth became the Legion's truest hymn. Warriors who had once spoken of shield formations and timing now spoke of impact, pain, and the purity of directness. The old warhound restraint did not vanish. It was repurposed. It became the breath before the charge, the last locked second before wrath was released. And always, Angron remained apart. He walked among them like a wound that could not close. Some sons adored him. Some feared him. Some hated him quietly and hated themselves for the hatred. Kharn watched them all and said little. He knew only this. The Legion had found its father, and the father was broken. A son could not repair such a thing. A son could only stand near it and be remade by the heat. Whispers began in the apothecarian vaults. At first, they were only rumors spoken between warriors whose eyes followed Angron too hungrily. The implants in the Primarch's skull, the pain engines that made peace unbearable and rage into relief. The nails. No one called them holy. Not yet. No one called them a blessing. But the thought moved from squad to squad, from pit to arming chamber, from the mouths of those who wanted love and had mistaken resemblance for the path to it. If Angron could not love sons unlike him, then they would become more like Angron. If his pain was the distance between father and Legion, then they would cross that distance with knives. Kharn heard the whispers and did not silence them. He should have. Perhaps in some buried chamber of the soul, he would later burn out of himself. He knew it. But he was loyal, and loyalty was the blade by which fate first opened him. His greatest strength was obedience to a father who would ruin every son that reached for him. In the apothecarian, the chirurgeons began to prepare their sores. In the pits, warriors fought harder, as if pain could teach them how to be worthy. And in the strategium, beneath banners no longer clean, Kharn stood at Angron's side while the galaxy waited for the 12th Legion to learn that there were mutilations deeper than any wound an enemy could give. The apothecarian had become a temple without gods. Its altars were adamantium slabs. Its incense was chemical vapor, cauterized flesh, machine oil, and the copper stink of blood. Its priests were apothecaries in stained white plate, their narthecium arms unfolded like steel insects, their helms reflecting the lumen glare in cold green lenses. Servitors moved between the surgical stations with bowls of bone screws, neural hooks, restraint clamps, and wet instruments that clicked against one another with the soft patience of knives waiting to be named. The World Eaters came willingly. That was the first horror. No enemy had dragged them there. No Xenos tyrant had chained them to the slabs. No Imperial jailer had pressed a blade against their throats. They walked into the apothecarian in ranks, bareheaded, shaven scalps marked with incision lines.
Some were silent. Some breathed too hard. Some smiled in the way men smile when they have mistaken terror for faith. They were warriors of the 12th Legion, gene-wrought killers of the Great Crusade, sons of Angron, and they had decided that the distance between themselves and their father could be crossed only through violation. Kharn watched the first of them die. The warrior's name was Selkor. He had fought beside the 8th Assault Company at Jorvax and lost 3 fingers to a chain blade in the pits, only to ask for a rematch before the blood had dried. He lay strapped to the slab with his eyes open while the apothecaries cut into his skull. Bone saws whined. The sound was thin and high, almost delicate, nothing like the honest roar of a chain axe. Scalp peeled back. Bone dust smoked under the saw teeth. The top of Selkor's skull was lifted away and placed in a metal bowl, as if it were a helm removed for cleaning. His hearts hammered on the monitor. The nails waited in a tray beside him. They were not nails, not truly. That name was too simple, too mortal, too kind. They were neural engines, parasite machinery, pain made into architecture. Bundles of black metal filaments flexed with twitching hunger. Barbed probes glimmered wetly. Cogitator nodes pulsed with dull red light. They looked less like instruments than like something dredged from the ruins of an old sin, a device made by hands that had understood suffering better than mercy. The apothecaries lowered the first array into Selkor's open skull. He screamed before they had connected it to anything. The scream became a roar, then a choking animal cough as blood flooded his throat. His muscles locked with such force that one restraint snapped. A servitor moved to replace it and lost its arm when Selkor's hand tore free and closed around the limb. The apothecary chief increased the paralytic dosage. Selkor's eyes rolled. The nails bit deeper. Metal vanished into brain matter. Neural hooks sank into living tissue, seeking centers of pain, reward, aggression, memory, and restraint. The monitor flatlined. An apothecary cursed without heat. Selkor's body continued to twitch after death, massive limbs straining against the clamps, while the nails spent their first useless impulses inside a dead mind. No one left. Kharn stood with the other captains beneath the cold lumens and watched the corpse removed. The next warrior climbed onto the slab before the blood had been wiped away. Angron was not present. That mattered more than any spoken command. If he had ordered it, obedience would have been simple. If he had forbidden it, rebellion would have had shape. Instead, his absence became the command. His pain stood above them all like a mountain. His hatred of their difference filled every chamber of the fleet. The sons looked upon the father and saw a wound they could not heal, so they chose to make wounds of themselves. Kharn understood the madness of it. He understood it completely. That did not save him. When his turn came, he removed his armor in silence. Serfs unclasped the white and blue plates, each piece set aside with the reverence due to war gear that had taken worlds. His breastplate came away, his gauntlets, his greaves, his gorget. The scars beneath were old and numerous, pale lines across transhuman flesh, records of blades, shells, burns, and punishments endured without complaint. The apothecaries shaved the remaining stubble from his scalp. They marked the incision points with black ink. Captain Margot came to him before he lay down. Margot's face was set in hard lines, older than it had been only days before. There was blood on his knuckles from the pits, though he had not fought there that day. Perhaps he had struck a wall. Perhaps another warrior. Perhaps himself. "Do not do this," Margot said. Kharn looked at him. Around them, the apothecarion continued its work. A saw whined. A warrior began screaming. A drill punched through bone. You have already said this. I will say it until one of you hears me. I hear you. No. Margot stepped closer. You listen. That is not the same. Kharn did not answer. Margot looked toward the slabs, toward the bodies waiting, toward the apothecaries preparing another set of neural hooks. This is not loyalty, it is surrender. We are not becoming his sons, we are becoming his chains. Kharn's gaze hardened, but not with anger. Anger would have been easier. He carries a pain we do not understand. And so you will butcher your own mind to imitate it, to share it. Margot almost laughed. The sound failed in his throat. You think pain will make him love you. Kharn's jaw tightened. There, the blow had landed. Margot saw it and pressed on because he was brave, and bravery often looked like cruelty when truth wore its face. He will not love us, Kharn, not if every skull in this legion is opened, not if every son screams with his agony. Angron's road ends in damnation. Kharn looked past him to the nearest slab, where another warrior convulsed hard enough to crack his own teeth. Then we will walk it with him. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. Margot stared at him for a long moment. The apothecarian lights hummed above them. Somewhere behind him, a warrior's scream broke into wet silence. At least admit what this is, Margot said. Not glory, not brotherhood, mutilation. Kharn stepped around him and approached the slab. I know what it is. Then why? Khorne lay down and set his head against the cold metal. Because he is our father. The restraints locked around his wrists, ankles, throat, chest, and thighs. Their pressure was immense, enough to hold a legionary through seizure or rage. The apothecary chief leaned over him, helm lenses blank. You may die. Kharn looked up at the surgical lamps. I know. You may live damaged beyond usefulness. Then end me. The procedure cannot be reversed. Kharn closed his eyes. Begin. The sword touched his skull. Pain became white, not red. Red came later. At first there was only white, absolute and annihilating, a color without mercy filling the universe behind his eyes. His body tried to arch against the clamps. The restraints held. He heard the sword chewing bone, but the sound came from very far away, as if another warrior were being opened in another war. His heart accelerated. Secondary organs flooded his blood with compounds to keep him conscious, as if consciousness were a virtue and not a curse. The top of his skull came away. Air touched what air had no right to touch. He felt hands inside him, not upon him, inside. Instruments parted membranes and flesh. Neural tissue trembled under cold metal. He tried to breathe and found that his lungs had forgotten the rhythm. Something hooked into the root of pain and pulled. He did not scream then. He had no air. His jaw opened in silence while the apothecaries threaded the first black filaments into the wet sanctum of his mind. Then the nails woke. They did not speak. They did not need to. They bit. Kharn's world collapsed into sensation. Every nerve became a battlefield. Every memory ignited. Every restraint, every delay, every moment of stillness became unbearable. He saw Bot's pits, Terra's poisoned sky, Angron's fist descending, Margot's warning, the faces of dead officers carried from the Primarch's chamber. Then the images were gone, devoured by a single command that was not language, but hunger. Move. Kill. End the pain. His body convulsed. Restraints screamed. One wrist clamp split. Servitors rushed in. He tore one apart without understanding that he had moved, fingers closing around its skull and crushing the machine brain through brass casing. Needles punched into his neck. Drugs entered his blood. The nails laughed without sound. Stillness became acid poured through his spine. He heard himself roar. He heard the apothecary chief say something about cortical overload. He heard a drill. He heard his own hearts trying to batter their way out of his chest. The world narrowed to one impossible truth. Peace hurt. Rest hurt. Thought hurt. Memory hurt. Silence hurt most of all. The only relief was imagined motion, imagined impact, imagined blood hot across his hands. Battle became not duty, not craft, not language, but medicine. Killing became the shape of breath. The procedure ended some time later. Kharn did not know whether hours had passed or days. Time had been burned down to nerve impulses. When he opened his eyes, the ceiling above him had cracked. Blood soaked the slab. It was his, and not his. The restraints had been replaced twice. Dead servitors lay in pieces near the wall. An apothecary's left arm hung in a sling of cables and flesh glue. Kharn sat up. Pain flared. Not from the surgery, not from his wounds, from the absence of violence. He almost struck the nearest figure before he knew who stood there. Angron watched him from the edge of the apothecarian. The Primarch's expression was unreadable beneath the ruin of his scars and the twitching cables in his skull. He looked neither pleased nor horrified. He looked at Kharn as one might look at a weapon newly forged and still too hot to hold. Kharn forced himself from the slab. His legs trembled once, then steadied. Blood ran down the back of his neck from the closed surgical wound. Metal pulsed beneath his scalp. Every heartbeat was a hammer blow inside his head. He bowed, not deeply. The movement hurt too much. Father. Angron said nothing. The silence was torture. Kharn's hands curled. The nails raked sparks down his nerves. He wanted to move, to fight, to bury an axe in something that resisted, to make the world answer. Angron turned and left. It should have meant nothing. It meant everything. Kharn had survived. That was enough for the Legion. After him, more volunteered. Survival became proof. Proof became pressure. Pressure became expectation. The apothecaries refined their methods, though refinement was a poor word for learning how to ruin warriors with less immediate death. Skulls opened by the dozens, then by the 100. The apothecarian overflowed. Surgical theatres were established in hangar decks, armories, training vaults. Blood ran into drainage channels until filters clogged with clots. The screams of the modified echoed through the fleet, and in those screams, the Legion heard kinship with Angron. The Warhounds died slowly. The World Eaters remained. Their armor changed first in small ways. Gladiatorial marks from Nuceria appeared on plate. Chains hung from belts. Teeth were fixed to vambraces. Brass icons were hammered into breastplates. Kill tallies were carved into ceramite and then carved over when there was no more room. Chain axes were no longer simply weapons. They became declarations. A warrior's axe spoke of his preferred range, his rhythm, his appetite. Teeth were replaced, blessed in blood, named by the men who used them. Some warriors wore the broken blades of worthy enemies. Others wore the bones of those who had begged. Command changed next. Patience became agony. Waiting in drop harnesses before assault was worse than enemy fire. Holding position beneath artillery felt like cowardice made physical. Retreat was no longer tactical repositioning. It was spiritual rot, a poison in the blood, a denial of the only relief the nails allowed. Officers still gave orders. Formations still existed. Strategies were still drawn across hololithic displays, but every plan now had to answer the same pressure. How soon do we close? How soon do we kill? How soon does the pain stop? Kharn adapted faster than most because he had always understood momentum. The nails did not make him stupid. That would have been mercy.
They made stillness into torment and violence into clarity. He could still read a battlefield. He could still choose the throat of a line. He could still direct assault companies through breach points and killing zones. But the cost of restraint climbed inside him with every breath, and with it came contempt for those who hesitated. Then came Genna. The world was marked for compliance and punishment. Its rulers had defied imperial demand. Its armies had resisted. That was enough for war. What followed became more than war. It became revelation. The campaign began with orbital fire and drop assault, as so many had before. World Eaters descended through burning skies, their drop pods slamming into dust plains and fortress districts, while the defenders reeled beneath bombardment. The enemy fought hard. They died hard. Chain axes opened their shield ranks. Bolters burst bodies against walls. Kharn led the 8th through hab blocks converted into bunkers, through corridors where defenders had welded children's toys into barricades as charms, through command shrines where officers shot themselves rather than hear the chain teeth come closer. The nails sang. Every impact softened them. Every kill soothed. Every arterial spray across Kharn's gauntlets brought a moment of silence inside his skull. Only a moment. Never enough. The order came after resistance broke. No mercy. No meaningful prisoner intake. No negotiated survival for the population centers that had supplied the defiance. Genna would be made into an example broad enough for other worlds to understand without translation. Some World Eaters obeyed without pause. Some hesitated. Mago refused. Kharn found him in the shell of a transit cathedral, where cracked statues of forgotten local saints leaned over a floor covered in spent casings and civilian dead. Mago stood with a knot of warriors who still bore more Warhound white than World Eater red. Their chain axes were powered but lowered. His face was bare, streaked with ash. "This is enough," Mago said as Kharn approached. Kharn's helm lenses fixed on him. The nails crawled behind his eyes, eager, bright, offended by the stillness. "No," Kharn said. "It is ordered. Ordered by a broken father leading broken sons." Several warriors shifted at that. One raised his weapon. Kharn lifted a hand, and the warrior stopped. Mago looked at him with something like grief. "You know it. Say it once. Say what he is doing to us." Kharn's chain axe idled in his fist, teeth clacking slowly. "He is making us what he needs." "What he needs?" Mago stepped closer. "He needs chains to break. He needs enemies that never end. He needs sons who cannot feel shame because shame would slow the killing. This road ends in damnation, Kharn. You told me, and you still stand there." "Yes." "Why?" The answer should have been simple. Loyalty, obedience, brotherhood, father, legion. But the nails burned at thought, reducing every truth to a sharper edge. "Because there is no road back." Mago's expression hardened. "There is always a road back." Kharn looked beyond him to the warriors gathered in doubt, to the civilians huddled in the nave shadows, to the world beyond the cracked cathedral where firestorms rolled across districts still full of breathing life. "No," he said. "There is only the next enemy." Mago raised his blade. The fight was brief and terrible. There was no hatred in it at first. That made it worse. Mago fought like the old legion, measured, disciplined, each strike carrying the memory of Warhound doctrine. Kharn fought like the bridge between eras, still precise, still controlled, but driven by a pain that made every pause intolerable. Chain axe met chain blade. Sparks showered across dead stone. Mago cut Kharn's thigh. Khorne broke Mago's wrist with a shield strike. Mago drove a shoulder into him and forced him back 2 steps. 2 steps became insult. Insult became fire. The nail screamed.
Kharn answered. He smashed Mago's guard aside and buried his chain axe in the captain's chest. Ceramite split, ribs opened, the teeth chewed deep and threw blood across both of them. Mago gripped Kharn's forearm with his ruined hand, not to pull away, but to hold him close. "Remember," Mago rasped. Kharn leaned nearer. "What?" "That I warned you." Mago died before Kharn pulled the axe free. The warriors who had stood with him lowered their weapons. Some did so in surrender, some in despair, some because the nails had already taught them that doubt hurt more than obedience. The massacre continued. After Genna, there were fewer arguments. The Legion's moral universe had narrowed. Obedience, pain, victory. Everything else became ornament. Kharn killed not because he lacked intelligence, nor because he could not tell brother from enemy, nor because he had forgotten what warning sounded like. He killed because the path had been chosen, and each step made the last seem inevitable. Years of war fed the nails. The Great Crusade rolled onward, but its light had dimmed inside the 12th. Compliance became consumption. The World Eaters grew redder with every campaign, not by order at first, but by habit. Blood dried into armor seams and was not fully cleaned away. Brass replaced silver. Gladiator chains and kill tokens multiplied. The old warhound blue became rarer, then almost mournful when seen. Pits rang day and night with duels no longer meant only to train. Warriors killed brothers and called it strengthening. Apothecaries implanted more nails. Chaplains spoke less of the Emperor's dream and more of endurance, aggression, and the honor of meeting an enemy face to face. Kharn stood beside Angron through it all. Equerry, captain, son, proof. He could enter the Primarch's presence when others could not. He could translate rage into orders. He could tell commanders where the Red Angel would strike and how much of their own force to keep clear if they wished to live. He knew the sound of Angron's breath before a massacre. He knew when silence meant boredom and when it meant imminent murder. He knew that every day the Legion became more like its father, and every day its father seemed no closer. The nails had not earned love. They had earned resemblance. Then Horus began to speak in darker councils. The War Master's words crossed the void wrapped in honor, necessity, grievance, destiny. The galaxy trembled around the edge of revelation. Legions took sides before they admitted sides existed. The Emperor's great design cracked in places too high for mortal men to see. Kharn heard the first whispers of rebellion and felt the nails stir with interest. A war against Xenos ended. A war against human kingdoms ended. Compliance ended when the last oath was forced from a conquered mouth. But this new war, if it came, would be different. Brother against brother. Legion against legion. Astartes' flesh beneath chain teeth. A battlefield wide enough to drown the nails in music without end. He stood in the arming chamber while serfs fastened his blood-scarred plate around him. His chain axe waited on the rack, teeth freshly replaced, housing cleaned, grip wrapped in dark leather. Around him, World Eaters prepared for orders not yet spoken. Some laughed. Some shook with anticipation. Some beat their helms against the walls to quiet the pain. Kharn closed his eyes and listened to the engines of the ship, the distant roars from the pits, the whisper of the nails inside his skull. For the first time since the surgery, the future sounded almost peaceful. Not because there would be silence, because there would be war enough that silence might never return. The sky over Istvan III had learned to burn in colors no loyal world should know. It had been a world of men once, cities, compliance, oaths spoken beneath imperial banners, manufactoria raising smoke in lawful columns, barracks, temples, transit towers, parade squares, hab districts, command bunkers, and all the machinery of human obedience arranged beneath the cold majesty of the Great Crusade. Now the cities were wounds, and the atmosphere itself had become an executioner. Virus fire had passed through the streets like invisible judgment, reducing lungs to foam, eyes to jelly, skin to weeping ruin. Then the firestorm had come, drawn by the death of billions, igniting the murdered air until whole districts vanished in walls of flame. After that came the bombardment. After that came the suns. Kharn descended through a sky made of ash and orbital murder, his drop pods screaming around him as it punched through clouds of corpse dust and burning chemical vapor. Warning runes flashed across his visor. Heat clawed at the pod's skin. Around him, warriors of the World Eater's 8th Assault Company stood locked in descent harnesses, chain axes clamped to their fists, helms lowered, breath rasping through Vox grills. Some beat their heads against the restraint bars to answer the nails. Some whispered kill counts. Some laughed in broken bursts that ended in growls. Kharn did not laugh. The nails were awake behind his eyes, biting in time with the pod's descent. Every second in the harness was a blade pressed into the meat of his mind. Stillness hurt. Waiting hurt. The absence of blood hurt worst of all. But he endured it, because endurance was not restraint when it served slaughter. His mind remained clear enough to read the tactical feed, clear enough to see the ruin below, clear enough to understand the obscenity of what they were doing. Astartes were killing Astartes, not Xenos, not techno-barbarian kings, not rebel militia hiding behind mortal walls, not mutants, not the gene-twisted carrion of forgotten human empires. The enemy markers below bore Legion identifiers that had once meant brotherhood, campaign honor, shared compliance, shared blood spilled in the Emperor's name. Lunar wolves loyal to the Emperor. Death Guard who had refused treachery. Emperor's children who had chosen oath over perfection. World Eaters who had not followed Angron into Horus's war. Former brothers, current enemies. The distinction was enough. The drop pod struck. Impact crushed lesser thoughts from existence. Restraints blew open. The petals slammed down into ash. Heat and smoke rushed in, carrying the stink of burned stone, cooked flesh, propellant, and the sweet rot of virus-slain billions. Kharn stepped out first. Istvan III was a grave trying to fight back. The plaza beyond the pod had once been wide enough for regimental musters. Now it was a churned basin of black dust and shattered marble, cratered by artillery and littered with armor fragments. Statues lay toppled in pieces. Bodies lay everywhere, too many even for transhuman senses to count. Many were mortal, curled into claw shapes by the life-eater plague before flame had skinned them to charcoal. Others wore ceramite. Astartes' dead did not look like men when they fell. They looked like fallen monuments. Bolter fire found the World Eaters immediately. Rounds detonated across Kharn's pauldron and chest plate, explosive impacts kicking him half a step sideways. He saw the shooters through smoke, a disciplined line of loyalists entrenched in the broken mouth of a transit basilica. Lunar wolves in sea green plate marked by ash and damage, firing in controlled bursts, overlapping lanes, falling back by squads rather than scattering. Good warriors, loyal warriors, doomed warriors. Forward, Kharn voxed. The World Eaters answered with chain teeth. They crossed the plaza under fire. 3 died before reaching the first crater, punched apart by heavy bolter shells that burst ceramite and transhuman meat in red-black sprays. One fell to a plasma shot that cored his torso,
and left his limbs stumbling for 2 steps without him. Kharn vaulted the lip of a shell hole, landed amid smoking corpses, and kept moving. A round struck his helm hard enough to crack an external sensor lens. His vision flashed, corrected, narrowed. The nails sang. He reached the barricade. A lunar wolf rose to meet him with a chainsword and combat blade, helm lenses bright through the ash. Kharn parried the sword with his axe haft, let the blade scream sparks against reinforced metal, and drove his fist into the warrior's faceplate. Ceramite cracked inward. The loyalists staggered, but did not fall. That deserved acknowledgement. Kharn gave it with Gorachild's lesser predecessor, his chain axe biting into the warrior's neck seal and carving through throat, spine, and gorget in a single roaring cut. The head came free. The body fired twice more as it fell. Around him, the 8th entered the line. Chain axes tore through the barricade defenders. Bolters fired at arm's length, the muzzle flashes bright against black armor burns. A loyalist world eater, with old white and blue still visible beneath ash, slammed into one of Kharn's warriors. Both of them roaring the same legion curses, both of them striking with the same pit-taught savagery. They died together when a shell burst over the barricade and filled the trench with fragments. Kharn stepped through the blast smoke and saw the war beyond. The scale of it should have belonged to gods. Across the ruined city, loyalists fought from every shattered block, every bunker, every corpse-choked avenue. Traitor artillery walked fire over positions held by men who had survived betrayal only to be punished for surviving. Drop pods descended in burning clusters. Stormbirds roared low over skeletal towers, their guns stitching death into streets already paved with bodies. In the far distance, orbital lances touched the horizon and turned whole districts into white wounds. The ash dunes moved under the wind, but much of the ash had once been lungs, bones, banners, skin. A Vox channel opened, cracked by interference. 8th Company, press east. Loyalist concentration near the guild manufactorum. Break them before they consolidate. Kharn recognized the voice of a Legion command officer. He also heard the strain beneath it. Even now, amid betrayal on a planetary scale, commanders still tried to shape war through orders and maps. They had not yet accepted that some wars became beasts after the first chain was cut. Understood, Kharn said. He did understand. That was the curse. The nails had not taken intelligence from him. They had made intelligence painful unless it ended in action. He could still judge distance, resistance, morale, fire patterns. He could still feel the enemy line as a living thing. He could still find the throat. He led the 8th through the basilica and into the avenues beyond. The battle narrowed. Grand strategy dissolved into rooms, stairwells, corridors, rubble slopes, and moments of eye contact before death. A loyalist death guard fired a flamer from behind a toppled statue, washing 3 world eaters in burning promethium. They ran on fire until bolter rounds burst them apart. Kharn shot the flamer bearer through the chest, then split his helm before the warrior could fall. Emperor's Children loyalists countercharged with blades held in perfect form, their armor scorched but still elegant, their discipline obscene amid the ruin. The World Eaters met them like an avalanche meets glass. The dead piled. Kharn's axe clogged twice and cleared itself each time with a shrieking burst of teeth. His armor recorded impacts, wounds, kill confirmations, ammunition counts, toxin traces, heat warnings. Beneath the data, deeper than the helm display, the nails counted in pain and relief. Every kill brought silence, every pause invited knives. In one avenue, a mortal survivor crawled from beneath a collapsed transport, skin blistered,
uniform burned away, one hand raised. He might have been a soldier. He might have been a clerk. He might have been nothing at all. Kharn walked past him at first because he was irrelevant. Then the man clutched at his ankle. Kharn looked down. The mortal's mouth moved. No sound came through the helmet's filters. Khorne kicked once. The body struck a wall and broke open against it. No anger, no pleasure. Obstruction removed. The 8th reached the Manufacturum district under a rain of black ash. There, the Loyalists had turned a machine hall into a fortress. Its outer yard was filled with burned-out tanks and the wreckage of dropcraft. Conveyor towers rose above the complex like gallows. Steam vented from ruptured pipes. The Loyalists had placed heavy weapons in the upper gantries and kill teams behind the broken loaders. They fired with discipline, and for a time, discipline held back madness. Kharn crouched behind the wreck of a rhino as autocannon shells hammered the hull. His warriors gathered around him, snarling, bleeding, striking their own armor with axe heads to quiet the nails. A sergeant voxed, "They have the approaches sealed." Kharn watched the fire lanes. A heavy bolter nest in the second tier, plasma team behind the left loader, missile launcher above the cracked arch, reserve squad shifting between coolant pillars. Their line was strong at the front, anchored on wreckage, confident in the obvious avenues of attack. He felt the old clarity through the new pain. "The enemy line has a throat," he said. The sergeant laughed through broken teeth. "Where?" Kharn raised his axe toward the Manufacturum's right flank, where a collapsed conveyor chute formed a jagged incline of metal and rubble, too exposed for mortals, too unstable for armor, too direct for caution. "There. That path is open to every gun they have." "Yes." Kharn rose. 8 steps. He voxed across the company channel. Blood in each, pain behind, enemy ahead. That is the path. A warrior snarled, "The 8-fold path." Kharn looked toward the Manufacturum, toward the Loyalists who had once been brothers. "No philosophy," he said. "No sermon. Move, kill, advance, fall, rise, break, bleed, endure, then kill again." The 8th charged. They died in the open. They died well. Autocannons chopped warriors apart mid-stride. Plasma fire burned through breastplates and burst secondary hearts. Missiles took whole knots of red and white armor and scattered them in pieces across the ash. Kharn ran at the center of it. Armor struck again and again, each impact a hammer against his body, each wound swallowed by the nails and returned as rage. A Lascannon beam cut across his path and vaporized the warrior beside him. The heat washed over Kharn's helm. He did not slow. He reached the conveyor chute with 7 warriors still behind him. By the time he reached the upper gantry, there were 3. By the time he entered the heavy bolter nest, there was only him. The gunners turned. Too slow. Kharn's axe tore through the weapon mount, then through the first gunner's arms, then through the second warrior's chest. A third Loyalist slammed a combat blade into Kharn's side. The blade punched through a weakened armor seam and found meat. Kharn headbutted him hard enough to collapse his helm visor, then shoved him backward over the gantry rail. Below, the World Eaters surged through the gap his assault had opened. The Manufacturum became a slaughterhouse. It was there, amid the ruin of the central machine nave, that Kharn saw Garviel Loken. The Lunar Wolf stood beneath a broken crane, sea-green armor blackened by ash, one pauldron split, helm removed. His face was streaked with soot and blood, but his eyes were clear in a way Kharn found almost offensive. Loken's bolter was in his hand. His chainsword hung ready. Around him, a handful of Loyalists fell back in order, firing as they moved,
buying seconds with lives. He looked exhausted. He looked wounded. He did not look broken. Kharn knew him by reputation. Loken of the 10th Company, Mournival, son of Horus, though that title had become a wound. A warrior who still believed treachery could be named, resisted, halted. Discipline held him upright where rage drove others forward. Loken saw Kharn and lifted his bolter. "Kharn," he called across the machine hall. Kharn walked toward him. Bolter rounds struck his chest and shoulder. One clipped his helm. Another detonated against his thigh. He kept walking until the magazine ran dry. Loken let the bolter fall and drew his chainsword. "This is murder," Loken said. Kharn's axe idled low in his hand. "It is war. It is betrayal." "Yes." The answer seemed to anger Loken more than denial would have. "You know what Horus has done. I know what we are doing. And still you do it." The nails raked fire through Kharn's skull. The talking hurt. The stillness hurt. Loken's refusal to attack hurt most of all. "Yes." Loken's mouth tightened. "Then I will stop you." Kharn surged forward. Their blades met in a shriek of opposing teeth. Loken was fast, more controlled than most warriors Kharn had killed that day, his footwork precise even on blood-slick decking. He did not waste movement. He did not overcommit. He fought like a soldier trying to win a battle, not a butcher trying to feed a wound. Kharn struck harder. The first exchange drove Loken back 3 steps. The second split the edge of his chainsword casing. The third would have opened his throat if he had not turned with the blow and let it carve sparks from his gorget instead. Loken answered with a cut across Kharn's forearm, then a kick to the knee joint. Kharn absorbed both. Pain flowered. The nails drank it and demanded more. "You cannot kill all of us," Loken snarled. Kharn laughed then, a harsh sound scraped from a throat full of smoke. "I do not need to." He hammered Loken backward into a support pillar. The Lunar Wolf ducked the killing stroke, and the axe bit into metal, showering both warriors in sparks. Loken drove his chainsword into Kharn's side again, deep this time, teeth chewing through plate into flesh. Kharn caught the weapon with his free hand. The teeth tore into his palm. He squeezed until the chain mechanism shrieked. Then he struck Loken with his helm. The Lunar Wolf staggered. Kharn ripped the damaged chainsword aside and drove his shoulder into him, sending both of them crashing through a half-collapsed partition into the manufacturum's machine throat. Pistons the size of tanks moved overhead. Conveyor gears turned slowly beneath layers of ash and body parts. Somewhere nearby, ammunition cooked off in sharp, irregular cracks. Loken rolled, came up with a fallen combat blade, and met Kharn again. For several breaths, they fought amid the machinery like the last 2 living things in the galaxy. Kharn was stronger. Kharn was faster in the moments when the nails burned brightest. Kharn's fury bent the space around him. Loken bled from a dozen wounds, his face pale beneath the ash, his movements slowing. But Loken's discipline did not break. He yielded ground when he had to. He struck when Kharn overreached. He survived past the point most warriors would have died, and survival itself became defiance. Kharn began to enjoy him. That was when the battlefield turned. A damaged armored vehicle smashed through the smoke behind them, blind, burning, its driver dead or dying, tracks grinding over bodies and debris. Warning runes flared across Kharn's helm too late. Loken saw it first. His eyes shifted. Khorne turned. The vehicle struck like a falling wall. Impact drove the world out of him. Something pierced his torso, a jagged spar of torn metal or dozer blade mounting, thrust through cracked plate and transhuman flesh. He was lifted from the ground and slammed backward into the machinery. The axe fell from his hand, still chained to his wrist. His body struck a rotating assembly with enough force to break bone. The machine caught him, dragged him half upward, and impaled him deeper. For the first time since the drop, the nails went quiet, not silent, waiting. Kharn hung there, pinned amid sparks and smoke, blood pouring down his armor in sheets. His heart struggled. One faltered, the other hammered against the metal lodged through him. His vision fractured into red warnings. Loken stood below, breathing hard, blade raised but not striking, his face twisted by fury, grief, and disbelief. Around them, the battle swallowed the moment. World Eaters crashed into Loyalists. Loyalists fell back through fire. Shells struck the manufactorum. The roof split open and showed the burning sky. Ash fell like dead snow. Kharn tried to move. The metal inside him held. He tried again. His gauntlet twitched. Gore dripped from his fingers. The chain around his wrist pulled tight where the axe hung below. Loken looked up at him. "It did not have to be this," he said. Kharn's vox grill clicked. Blood filled his mouth. The words came ragged, but they came. "Yes," he said. "It did." Then the machine shifted, and the world became impact, heat, and dark. The Loyalists believed him dead. Some World Eaters believed it too when they found him later, after the manufactorum had been taken, lost, bombarded, and taken again in the mad churn of Istvan's betrayal. They found his body amid wrecked machinery and cooling blood, impaled, crushed, armor torn open, one hand still chained to his axe. A lesser warrior would have been a corpse. A greater warrior might have been a miracle. Kharn was neither. He was an offering that death had not yet accepted. The apothecaries cut him free with saws and curses. His heart still beat, weakly, wrongly, but they beat. The nails still pulsed in his skull, faint and hungry. When they lifted him onto a slab of wreckage to carry him from the ruin, one of the warriors of the 8th bowed his head as if before a relic. Kharn did not wake, not then, but somewhere beneath broken bone, clotted blood, and the red ruin of his thoughts, something remained. The loyal weapon that had served father, legion, and command had died in the ashes of Istvan. What survived was less certain, less bounded by oath, less available to death. The World Eaters bore him upward through the smoke while the planet burned around them. Behind them, brother killed brother beneath virus-scarred skies. Above them, Horus's war widened its mouth, and Kharn, broken beyond reason, was carried onward, because even death had failed to remove him from the battlefield. Ultramar burned differently from lesser realms. Its worlds did not die like feral planets, screaming under crude flame, nor like rebel hives that collapsed into riot, famine, and ash. Ultramar had order. Ultramar had roads that ran straight between fortress cities, orbital docks that measured traffic by the hour, manufactoria that fed armies with disciplined abundance, and citizens trained from birth to believe that duty was not a burden but the shape of existence. Even its skies seemed engineered for obedience, clear and bright over marble precincts, shielded ports, azure oceans, and cities laid out in the cold geometry of a Primarch's mind. The Word-bearers had come to make that order kneel before revelation. The World Eaters had come to make it bleed. Kharn stood in the assault bay of a troop lander as it tore through the upper atmosphere of Armatura, its hull shuddering beneath flak bursts and void shield discharge. Around him, warriors of the 12th Legion waited in restraint harnesses, their red and brass armor vibrating with the engine's fury. The old colours of the warhounds were nearly gone now, drowned under paint, blood, brass, and the blackened scars of too many wars. Chain axes hung from wrists and weapon clamps. Bolt pistols clicked through readiness cycles. Helm lenses burned with red targeting light. The nails were awake. They had woken the moment the fleet translated into system and had not slept since. Every delay was a hook under Kharn's skin. Every tactical exchange between Primarchs, every ritual alignment demanded by the word-bearers, every calculation of orbital insertion windows was a slow blade dragging through the meat of his mind. He stood motionless because motion before battle was waste. He endured because endurance had become the final discipline left to him. Across the command vox, the war unfolded in voices. Word-bearers spoke in layered chant, in invocation, in prophecy, in the language of hidden design. Their dark apostles named coordinates as if they were verses. Their captains asked whether blood had fallen in the proper districts, whether the dead had been arranged according to the geometry of sacrifice, whether the city's defensive grid would collapse beneath bombardment or beneath the weight of meaning. The World Eaters did not ask such things. They asked where to land. They asked where the enemy was thickest. They asked how far to the walls. The contrast would have amused Kharn once. Perhaps it still did. In some buried place the nails had not yet burned out. The sons of Lorgar fought like priests conducting a murder that had been written before the stars cooled. The sons of Angron fought like a thrown axe. Both methods served the same devastation. Both fed the same widening wound in Guilliman's empire. The lander bucked hard. A restraint harness snapped on a warrior to Kharn's left, and the World Eater slammed against the deck with a growl. He rose at once, clawing for his axe, more angered by the interruption than the injury. "Sit down," Kharn said. The warrior turned, helm lenses glaring. Khorne looked at him. The warrior sat. That was still his power. Not speeches, not affection, not even rank, though rank still clung to him like an old wound. Khorne could stand among killers whose skulls had been opened and whose souls were being slowly devoured by rage, and they would still hear him. They did not always obey others. They obeyed him because he was proof. Proof that the nails could be survived. Proof that Angron's nearness could be endured. Proof that madness could still be aimed like a blade. The vox cracked. "Void shield degradation confirmed," came a word-bearer voice, smooth and reverent. "The seventh canticle has opened the southern heaven. The path is consecrated." A World Eater sergeant answered on another channel. "Speak plainly." Kharn looked through the lander's forward display. Far below, Armatura's city shields flickered across the horizon, immense domes of blue-white energy crawling with lightning. Orbital fire struck them in descending columns. Each impact spread in luminous ripples across the shield's skin. Beyond the shimmer lay towers, hab blocks, basilica complexes, armories, transit spines, anti-air bastions, and the ordered might of an ultramarine-held world preparing to die correctly. "The shields are falling," Kharn said. The sergeant laughed. "Plain enough." The sky split open. The first city shield collapsed in a storm of light. A moment later the heavens came down. Drop pods, assault boats, wreckage, shells, and burning fragments of shattered orbital platforms descended together, a rain of iron and fire. Some were struck by ground batteries and became meteors. Some broke apart under stress and spilled warriors into the clouds. Others punched clean through smoke and flame, carrying the murder of legions into the heart of Ultramar. The lander hit the district hard enough to crack stone. Its assault ramp dropped before the engines had fully settled. Bolter fire whipped into the hold. A World Eater took a shell through the throat seal and fell backward, blood spraying across the restraint frames. The warriors behind him roared over his corpse. Kharn went out first. Armatura's air tasted of marble dust, promethium, blood, and electrical fire. The landing zone had once been an avenue lined with statues of Ultramar's heroes. Most were broken now. A head the size of a transport lay in the road, its noble features split by a crater. Ultramarine militia fired from behind its stone cheek. Auxilia in disciplined ranks held barricades ahead, supported by blue armoured transhumans whose bolters spoke with calm precision. The Ultramarines had not panicked. That made the slaughter harder. That made it better. Kharn crossed the avenue beneath bolter fire, his own pistol barking in measured shots. He killed a militia officer first, not because the mortal mattered, but because his raised command baton marked him as a hinge in the enemy's discipline. The man vanished from the chest upward in a red mist. The line wavered. Kharn struck it before it recovered. His chain axe took the first barricade defender at the hip and continued into the next. Flesh, flak armor, rib, spine, ammunition belt, and hand all came apart in the roar. He stepped through the gap and smashed his pauldron into an Ultramarine's shield, driving the warrior backward. The loyalist held. For one breath, strength met strength. Kharn saw the blue helm, the white tactical marking, the calm turn of the bolter muzzle toward his visor. He fired first. Plasma tore the Ultramarine's head into white fire. The World Eaters came behind him in red waves. They flooded the Hab district, chain axes rising and falling, bolt pistols coughing death into windows and stairwells. Jackals and human followers ran among them, screaming devotion, carrying icons, hooks, explosives, and severed heads. They died in heaps under disciplined return fire. Their bodies made ramps over barricades. The World Eaters climbed them without looking down. The city resisted with the cold competence of Gilliman's realm. Kill zones overlapped. Streets collapsed by prepared charge. Heavy weapon nests withdrew before being overrun. Vox discipline remained intact longer than it had any right to. Kharn felt the shape of the defense as he moved through it. Ultramar did not break easily. It compartmentalized. It sealed wounds. It sacrificed districts to preserve others. The word-bearers hated that in their own way. They sought to corrupt the order, to turn the city's symbols inward, to make its geometry serve the gods they whispered to in the warp. Kharn saw them at work as the assault deepened. Crimson warriors marched behind demon masks and scripture banners, chanting as they fired. Cult thralls dragged bodies into circles of ash. Dark apostles raised Crozius heads over piles of dead and spoke words that made the air tremble. Reality thinned in their wake. Shadows moved against the light. The dead twitched in patterns too deliberate to be accident. Kharn passed them with contempt and a measure of respect. Ritual was slow, but it opened doors that axes could not. In the plaza of the Tetrarch's Gate, he found Argel Tal. The Gal Vorbak warrior stood amid the ruin of a fountain, crimson armor blackened by smoke, demon flesh and transhuman plate bound together in a form that should have been impossible. Around him, Ultramarine dead lay in a broken ring. Some had been torn apart by claws. Others had been killed cleanly, with bolter and blade. Argel Tal's helm was mag-locked to his belt, leaving his face exposed to the burning city. He looked tired in a way few Astartes allowed themselves to look. Not weak, never weak, but burdened by a soul that had seen too much truth and found none of it merciful. Kharn approached through drifting ash. Argyltal. The word-bearer turned. Something moved beneath his skin, a shadow of the thing within. His smile was small and without joy. Kharn, your priests are slow. Our priests are thorough. Your rituals cost time. Your charges cost warriors. Kharn looked at the dead ultramarines. Warriors are made to be spent. Argyltal's eyes narrowed slightly. All of them? The nails tightened. Kharn almost turned away. Conversation hurt when battle waited, but Argyltal was one of the few outside the 12th whose presence did not immediately feel like obstruction. There was no courtly venom in him, no oily reverence, no hunger to manipulate every silence. He carried damnation like armor he despised but would not discard. Not all, Kharn said. Argyltal heard the honesty and gave a slow nod. Behind them, the plaza's western gate exploded inward. Ultramarine reinforcements advanced through the breach in hard formation, blue armor bright beneath ash, sergeants marking targets with clipped gestures. Volkite beams from allied Mechanicum cohorts burned across the plaza. A word-bearer was cut in half at the waist. A world-eater leapt through the beam and died before he landed, armor glowing from within. Argyltal drew his blade. Kharn lifted his axe. For a time, they fought beside one another. It should not have worked. Argyltal moved with the terrible grace of a warrior, carrying a demon inside his flesh, strength arriving in surges, claws manifesting in moments of need, his bolter firing between strikes. Kharn moved like a breach given human form, brutal, direct, each step seeking the next body, each wound answered with greater force. Yet they did not hinder each other. Argyltal held where Kharn drove. Kharn broke where Argyltal cut. Together they turned the ultramarine counterattack into a heap of dead ceramite and torn banners beneath the broken fountain. When the last loyalist fell, Kharn's axe teeth spat fragments of blue plate onto the ground. Argyltal breathed hard, eyes dark. You fight as if peace is trying to kill you. It is. That is almost poetry. It is diagnosis. Argyltal laughed once. The sound was strange amid the devastation. Then the Primarchs came into the war. Not physically into that plaza, not yet, but their presence descended across Armatura like weather. Lorgar's voice moved through the word-bearer channels, calm, luminous, heavy with certainty. He spoke of destiny, of the falsehood of the Emperor's silence, of Ultramar as a necessary wound carved into the body of the future. His words did not need to be shouted. They slid into the ear like oil and stayed there. Angron's presence was different. He did not speak to the army. He roared somewhere across the city, and the vox broke carrying the sound. Kharn felt it in his bones. Every World Eater did. The Red Angel was in the western war zone, burning through fortress lines, his rage so immense that reports failed around him. He was not commanding, he was happening. Titans adjusted fire plans to avoid his path. Entire formations followed in his wake, because that wake was the shortest path between life and slaughter. Lorgar built Apocalypse. Angron suffered it aloud. The Shadow Crusade rolled onward through Ultramar's shining bones. Armatura's streets became trenches. Hab towers became pyres. The World Eaters attacked through underways, plazas, manufactoria, academies, and shrine halls. The word-bearers seeded the conquered districts with ritual marks and demonic pressure. Guilliman's realm bled with a precision that made the bleeding more obscene. These were not ignorant worlds. These were not weak worlds. They knew logistics, discipline, defense in depth, armor deployment, void shield modulation, counter-strike doctrine. They died despite all of it.
In the lower vaults beneath a ruined command citadel, Kharn found the relic. It lay amid a chamber of broken trophies, where the World Eaters had stored weapons, war gear, and offerings recovered from battlefields past. The chain axe rested on a stone plinth cracked by bombardment, its haft dark, its blade broad and brutal, its teeth made from the fangs of mica dragons and reinforced by ancient craft. It was old in a way few. Weapons were allowed to be old, not simply preserved, remembered. Its twin was elsewhere, and its first master had been Angron, Gorechild. Kharn stood before it while the city shook above him. A legionary beside him muttered, "It belonged to the Primarch." Kharn reached out. "Then it belongs in war." The weapon was heavier than his old axe, but the weight settled into his hand as if it had been waiting for him to admit it. He activated the chain mechanism. Gorechild woke with a predator's scream. The sound cut through the chamber, through the nails, through memory. For one impossible instant, the pain in Kharn's skull aligned with the weapon's roar, and the world made sense. Inheritance became murder. He carried Gorechild back into Armatura's dying light. After that, the killing changed. Kharn had always been dangerous. With Gorechild chained to his wrist, he became something that even World Eaters watched from a greater distance. The weapon tore through artificer plate, through Terminator armor joints, through barricade gates, through dreadnought cabling when he climbed onto the sarcophagus hull and hacked until the entombed warrior inside was reduced to meat and sparks. Every kill felt older than the moment. Every skull seemed to fall into a shadow waiting beyond sight. Erebus watched him from the steps of a shattered basilica later that day. The first chaplain of the Word-Bearers smiled as cities burned behind him. His armor was dark crimson, inscribed with scripture, his skin marked with lines of devotion and secret triumph. He had the face of a priest who had never mistaken sincerity for honesty. Around him, acolytes and warriors moved bodies into ritual patterns. To Erebus, men were not men. Astartes were not brothers. Primarchs were not fathers. All were components. All were doors. All were knives to be held by the handle and left in someone else's back. "Kharn," Erebus said, as if greeting a valued tool. Khorne did not slow. "Priest, that weapon suits you." Khorne passed him. "Many weapons do." Erebus's smile deepened. "Some more than others." Argyltal stood nearby, watching Erebus with an expression Khorne had seen before on warriors facing a blade they could not yet strike. Distrust, weariness, recognition. The Word-Bearer's demon shadow stirred beneath his flesh. "Come," Argyltal said to Khorne. "The next district still stands." Khorne went with him. That was how he chose to remember Argyltal later, not in death, not at the hands of treachery, but advancing through Armatura's smoke beside him, two damned sons of broken fathers, neither innocent, neither clean, both still capable of recognizing the other as something more than a target. The memory did not survive long unbloodied. Erebus murdered Argyltal away from the true battlefield, where prophecy could wear the mask of necessity and betrayal could be made to look like destiny. The details reached Kharn in fragments first: a summons, a chamber, a blade, Argyltal dead, not fallen beneath ultramarine guns, not slain in the storm of the Shadow Crusade, killed by a smiling priest who had seen him as a piece to be removed from the board. Kharn listened to the report in silence. Those nearby mistook that silence for restraint. It was not restraint, it was focus. Grief did not soften him. The nails had left no room for softening. The loss entered him and found only edges. It sharpened every one of them.
he found Erebus in the fighting pits, where warriors gathered to bleed away the pressure of war. The chamber stank of sweat, old blood, hot metal, and the electric hunger of spectators waiting for sanctioned violence. Erebus entered with his usual calm, scripture etched across his armor, smile composed, certain that words could still shape what followed. Kharn did not give him words, he attacked. The first blow nearly took Erebus's head. The priest twisted aside, faster than his serenity suggested, and answered with a crozier strike that cracked against Kharn's pauldron. Khorne did not feel it as pain. He felt it as permission. Gorachild screamed.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Erebus stepped back, parried, yielded, always seeking rhythm, always seeking the moment to turn anger against its bearer. There was no such moment. Kharn's rage had direction. He drove Erebus across the pit. The word-bearer blocked once, twice, then lost ground as the chain axe chewed through the haft of his defense and spat sparks into his face. Kharn smashed a knee into his chest, broke ceramite, followed with a punch that snapped the priest's head sideways. The crowd roared. Khorne did not hear them. He saw only Argyll Tal's absence. He saw only the smile that had survived too many betrayals. Erebus tried to speak. Kharn split his words with Gorachild. The blade carved across the priest's armor and opened him. Blood struck the sand. Erebus staggered. Kharn came on. No mercy, no speech, no sermon. He beat him down with axe haft, fist, knee, and chain teeth, reducing priestly composure to blood and broken plate. Erebus survived only because cowards with power always kept one last escape hidden beneath their tongues. Sorcery took him before the ending blow could fall, tearing him from the pit in a flare of foul light and leaving his blood behind. Kharn stood alone in the sand, Gorechild howling in his hand. The crowd had gone quiet. He looked at the empty place where Erebus had been. For once, the nails did not immediately demand another target. For once, the pain behind his eyes made room for something colder. Argyll Tal was dead. Erebus lived. Angron still burned. Lorgar still wove his apocalypse. The Shadow Crusade rolled toward Nuceria, toward the place where Angron's past waited like an open wound, and the gods of the warp pressed closer around his rage. Kharn could feel it now, though he had no witch sight. Something vast leaned over his father. Something red and endless, drawn by every scream, every skull, every son who had carved pain into his own mind to be nearer to a Primarch who could not save himself. Kharn had believed loyalty could endure anything. He had believed a son could stand close enough to ruin and remain useful. But Argyll Tal's death taught him a harder lesson, and Angron's approaching ascension would carve it into the Legion's bones. Loyalty did not shield the loyal. Brotherhood did not stay the knife. Love, if it existed at all in such creatures, was only another wound waiting for a hand like Erebus's to find it. The World Eaters prepared for the next war. Kharn chained Gorechild to his wrist and listened to the weapon idle. Beyond the hull, Ultramar burned. Ahead, Nuceria waited. Above all of it, unseen but nearer with every death, the Blood God listened. And Kharn understood at last that no one near the World Eaters was saved by being loved. The Conqueror was not merely a warship. It was a wound dragged through the void. Its hull was an old atrocity of iron, adamantium, cathedral spires, gun decks, launch bays, murder holes, and scars layered over scars from wars that had eaten centuries. It had carried the warhounds when they still thought discipline could survive rage. It had carried Angron after Nuceria, when the Legion learned that a father could be both miracle and execution.
Now it carried the World Eaters toward Terra, and every deck had become a throat through which the ship breathed blood. The chain decks never slept. Warriors fought there beneath hanging hooks and lumen strips crusted with grime, their boots grinding old gore into the iron plates. Servitors dragged away the dead with claws and chain harnesses, while the living continued over the streaks their brothers left behind. In the slave pits, mortal thralls crouched behind mesh walls and tried not to meet the eyes of the transhumans who came to select ammunition bearers, armor cleaners, or meat for the cages. The gladiator holds rang with the scream of chain weapons and the crack of breaking ceramite. Reactor shrines glowed in the lower heart of the ship, where tech priests moved in red robes beneath brass icons and muttered Binharic prayers to machine spirits that had long ago learned to fear the footsteps of Angron. Kharn walked through it all with Gorachild chained to his wrist. The weapon dragged no weight from him. Its presence had become natural, like the pressure of his armor, like the iron taste in his mouth, like the nails gnawing at the rear of his skull. The chain axe's casing was cleaned but never pure. Blood lived in its teeth no matter how many serfs scraped them. Its engine growled when idle, a low promise that sank through Kharn's gauntlet and into his bones. Sometimes, when the ship's war horns called the Legion to readiness, he could not tell whether the answering hunger came from the nails, from the axe, or from something beyond both. He was still respected. That, more than fear, proved how much of the old Legion remained buried beneath the red. Warriors moved from his path, not because they believed he would spare them if they stood in it, but because they knew he was necessary. Captains who ignored other voices listened when Kharn spoke. Berserkers shaking under the torment of enforced waiting stilled when his helm turned toward them. He was still the equerry, still the captain who could turn Angron's wrath into a direction, still the proof that ruin could speak in complete sentences. But each day the speaking cost more. The nails made every corridor too long, every war council too slow. Every delay in the void became a private punishment. The ship was filled with potential violence, and potential was the cruelest form of denial. Kharn passed cages where warriors hacked each other apart for relief and felt the pull of it. He passed slave pens where mortals bowed their heads and felt nothing at all. He passed a company champion beating his own helm against a bulkhead until ceramite cracked and thought, with an almost clinical calm, that the warrior would be useless if battle did not come soon. A tremor moved through the deck. Not an impact, not engine strain, Angron. Every soul aboard the Conqueror knew the difference. Far below, or perhaps far above, depending on which internal route the Primarch had taken in his fury, the Red Angel had found something to break. The ship answered him in groans. Bulkheads vibrated, restraint doors sealed across 3 decks. Mortal crew froze at their stations. Legionaries paused mid-argument and turned their helms toward the sound. Somewhere through the Vox, a man screamed once, very high, before the channel cut. Kharn kept walking. The command deck was a place of harder discipline. There, fear wore duty's mask better. Officers stood before hololithic projections of the fleet. Shipmasters relayed firing solutions. Legion representatives argued in curt bursts over assault windows, fuel expenditure, drop trajectories, and the balance between bombardment and boarding. Icons of the traitor armada burned in green and crimson above the Strategium well, moving slowly toward the greatest prize humanity had ever named. Terra, the cradle, the throne world, the old birth scar of mankind, the place where the Emperor waited behind walls, guns, custodians, Rogel Dawn's stone heart, and every lie Kharn had once helped carry across the stars. Lotara Sarin stood at the command throne with one hand resting on the rail. She did not tremble when the ship shook again. Mortal officers did. Tech adepts did. Several legionaries had, though none would have admitted it. Lotara did not. She wore command like a blade held correctly, without flourish and without apology. Her eyes moved over the displays, judging angles, ammunition, hull stress, void shield regeneration, and the moods of beings who could tear her in half before she finished giving an order. "Captain Kharn," she said, "Shipmistress, your Primarch has killed 2 engine seers and crippled a lift spine. Was the lift spine required?" "It was." "Repair it." Her mouth hardened. "That was being done before you arrived." He inclined his head once. It was not submission, it was acknowledgement. Lotara required neither flattery nor protection, and Kharn had no interest in offering either. She was useful, more than useful. She could command the Conqueror while demigods raged through its decks. That deserved clarity. A projection shifted above the strategium. The War Council gathered by Vox and Hololith, a broken assembly of the War Master's chosen murderers. A son of Horus commander spoke from a command barge ahead of the formation, his voice cold and polished by ambition. An Iron Warrior's warsmith answered with contempt thick enough to taste, reducing every battle to walls, angles, firepower, and acceptable loss. A Death Guard lord waited like a corpse in armor, saying little, his silence more patient than the World Eaters could understand. A word-bearer apostle smiled through a shimmer of bad transmission. Prayer beads wound around one gauntlet, eyes bright with certainty no sane battlefield could justify. They all knew what the World Eaters were: necessary, terrifying, unreliable, best aimed at the thickest walls, and forgotten until the screaming stopped. The son of Horus commander gestured to a fortified projection. "The outer approaches will not fall to uncontrolled assault. We require disciplined pressure. The World Eaters will commit after bombardment has opened stable breaches." Kharn watched the marked zones: layered void shields, anti-orbital batteries, bastion chains, kill corridors, siege lines prepared by Imperial fists. He could feel the impatience of his own warriors gathering behind him, though none had entered the strategium. It was in the ship, in the metal, in the air. "Give us the breach," Kharn said. The Iron Warrior's helm turned slightly. "You will have one when it exists. Make one. We are making a war, not feeding your Legion's sickness." Several World Eaters in the chamber growled. Kharn did not. Lotara's hand moved near the command rail, not toward a weapon, but toward a rune that would summon armsmen who would die without slowing anything. Her gaze flicked once to Khorne. A warning, not fear, calculation. Kharn kept his eyes on the projection. "Do not ask us to hold ground," he said. "We are not a shield. We are the blade." The Death Guard Lord spoke at last, his voice rasped through damaged filters. "Blades break when used without hafts." "Then point us correctly." The word-bearer apostle smiled wider. "The Red Angel's sons are eager. Let them be the first hymn against the walls." "Spare us your hymns," Kharn said. The apostle's smile did not falter. "Even your anger serves." Gorechild's teeth clicked once in the silence. Kharn imagined the axe passing through the hololithic ghost, then through the priest's real throat wherever he stood. The nails approved. The thought gave a moment of relief, so bright it almost became action. Almost. The council continued. The War Master's war machine closed around terror with the weight of inevitability. Fleets adjusted burn. Siege engines were counted.
Legion strengths were assigned. The World Eaters received the tasks no sane commander would give to troops expected to return intact. Breach exploitation, inner wall disruption, deep assault through shattered districts, counterattack absorption by direct aggression, orders shaped like death sentences. Good. Death sentences were only honest orders. When the council dissolved, Kharn descended to the arming decks. There, preparation had become ritual without gentleness. Serfs loaded bolt magazines with trembling hands while overseers struck those who fumbled. Ammunition carts rolled between ranks of warriors. Plasma coils were inspected. Chain teeth were replaced, tightened, anointed with blood squeezed from the throats of condemned slaves. Brass icons were bolted onto rhino prows, land raider hulls, dreadclaw interiors, and the shoulders of warriors who had earned them or stolen them from the dead. Armourers painted kill marks over older kill marks until histories disappeared beneath repetition. Drop assault coordinates burned into helm displays across the deck. Terra's surface appeared in fragments, walls, batteries, shield zones, palace districts, dead zones, likely resistance concentrations. Kharn reviewed them with the old part of himself that still lived because it was useful. The Legion was terrible at patience, poor at garrison duty, poisonous to alliance cohesion, and dangerous to every force near it once the nails began to shriek in earnest. But once the line broke, no army in the galaxy exploited rupture like the World Eaters. Others took ground. The World Eaters turned ground into panic. Kharn understood this better than most of the commanders who feared him. A breach was not merely a hole in a wall. It was a wound in morale, a moment when defenders looked left and right and saw certainty collapse. In that moment, speed mattered more than elegance. Shock mattered more than preservation. If 1,000 World Eaters died widening the breach and 10,000 defenders broke because of it, the exchange was clean. If a company vanished to open the throat of a fortress, then the company had not been wasted. It had become the cut. A serf approached with a tray of replacement teeth for Gorechild. His hands shook so badly that one of the mica dragon teeth slid across the metal and clicked against the rim. Kharn looked down at him. The serf stopped breathing. "Hold still," Khorne said. The serf obeyed, though tears spilled down his face. Kharn took the tooth himself and fitted it into the chain assembly. The work steadied the nails for a few breaths. Function, pressure, metal, purpose. Then a shout rose from the far end of the deck. A World Eater champion had seized an allied officer, a mortal liaison from another Legion fleet, and lifted him from the ground with one hand. The mortal kicked uselessly, face purple. Several armsmen shouted. A squad of World Eaters laughed. The champion's helm was off. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, cords standing in his neck, the nails driving him toward the nearest available death. Kharn crossed the deck. "Release him." The champion turned, lips peeled back. "He told us to wait. He carries orders. He carries delay." Kharn stopped within striking distance. The deck went quiet. "Release him," he said again. The champion hurled the mortal aside. The officer struck the deck and skidded, choking, alive by accident. The champion seized his chain axe and powered it with a shriek. "You feel it," the champion snarled. "Do not pretend you do not. The waiting, the crawling fire, the worms behind the eyes. I feel it." "Then why do you stand still?" Kharn answered honestly. "Because terror is ahead." The champion lunged. Kharn met him halfway. The first impact shook sparks from both sets of armour. Chainaxe teeth screamed against chainaxe teeth. The champion fought with the desperate strength of a warrior trying to escape his own skull. Kharn fought with colder violence, but the cold did not last. Gorechild roared in his hand. The nails surged. The deck, the watching warriors, the officer on the floor, the distant world of terror, all of it narrowed to impact. He broke the champion's guard. Gorechild rose. For one breath, the killing blow was perfect. It would take the head cleanly. It would end the obstruction. It would buy silence. A hand signal flashed across Kharn's helm display from the arming master. Identification. Company asset. Veteran assault leader. Useful for the first wave. Useful. The word reached him like a chain around the wrist. Kharn stopped the blade a finger's width from the champion's neck seal. The champion froze. His breathing rasped. The whole deck seemed to wait with him. Kharn leaned close. Not yet. He withdrew Gorechild. The champion lowered his weapon, shaking. Whether from rage or shame did not matter. Around them, the World Eaters returned to preparation. But they watched Kharn differently now. Some with awe, some with disappointment, some with hunger. They had seen the betrayer forming in the space between decision and restraint. They had seen how narrow that space had become. Kharn walked away before he decided restraint had been an error. Hours later, the fleet translated into the final approaches. Terror filled the forward displays. Even through void glare, war distortion, shield refraction, and the haze of orbital defense fire, it was unmistakable. The birth world of humanity. The Emperor's seat. A sphere of history wrapped in guns and faith. Around it hung fleets beyond counting, loyalist and traitor, void shields blooming and dying, ships burning, debris fields expanding like rings of black iron. Battleships fired broadsides at ranges where lesser wars would have ended in awe. Attack craft swarmed between capital ships like insects around carcasses. Lance beams cut the dark. Torpedoes crossed the void in glowing shoals. The cradle of mankind lay beneath war fleets, and the conqueror moved among them like a beast that had scented home and hated it. Across the ship, the World Eaters began to roar. Kharn stood in the assault bay with Gorechild chained to his wrist, plasma pistol locked at his thigh, armor sealed, helm display alive with drop data. Around him, warriors strained in their harnesses. Some recited kill oaths, some named Angron, some named no one. The nails filled Kharn's skull with fire. Orders came. Horus's voice moved through command channels somewhere above the Legion's hunger. Angron roared from the depths of the ship, a sound vast enough to make the deck tremble. Lotara issued coordinates with the hard precision of a blade drawn across a throat. Kharn heard them all. Then he heard none of them. Ahead, terror waited behind walls made by the hands of brothers. Behind those walls were warriors worthy of killing, mortals beyond number, saints of a dying empire, and the master of mankind enthroned in golden silence. The thought should have meant something grand. Treachery, revenge, history, damnation. The nails reduced it to one mercy. There would be no more waiting. Terror did not burn like other worlds. Terror burned as if history itself had been set alight and chained to the sky. Above the cradle of mankind, the void was a charnel sea of broken ships and burning metal. Battleships died by the dozen, their hulls torn open from prow to stern, their cathedral spires snapping away into darkness, their gun decks venting men and flame into the starless gulf. Torpedoes crossed the black in shoals of hateful light. Lance beams carved through void shields and armor plating, leaving wounds broad enough for frigates to vanish inside. Wreckage fell toward the atmosphere in incandescent trails, and each fragment that survived descent
struck the throne world below like judgment. Beneath that storm stood the Imperial Palace. It was not a palace in any mortal sense. It was a continent of walls, towers, gates, bastions, shield generators, manufactoria, kill corridors, sanctums, gun emplacements, and mountains remade into fortresses. Its void shields rose in overlapping layers, shimmering beneath orbital assault, bruised by the endless impact of war. Macro artillery thundered from both sides of the horizon. Earthshaker batteries answered traitor guns. Defense lasers split cloud banks and cut through descending landers. Siege shells crossed the sky in black arcs and fell among armies too vast for mortal command to truly comprehend. The defenders were numberless. Solar auxiliar cohorts stood in disciplined blocks behind armored barricades, their void-hardened plate scorched by days of bombardment. Regiments of mortal soldiers from forgotten expeditionary fleets and Terran levies filled trench systems so deep they seemed carved into the bones of the planet. Imperial fists held the walls in yellow plate made grey by ash, their bolters steady, their voices calm, their refusal built into every stone around them. Custodians moved where the fighting turned impossible, golden giants beneath plumes and crested helms, guardian spears cutting down monsters that would have ended companies of lesser warriors. Titans strode through smoke and falling debris, god engines of loyal legios firing sun-bright weapons into the traitor host, while their princeps burned alive in command thrones rather than yield a step. The attackers were worse than numberless. They were hungry, sons of Horus, iron warriors, death guard, emperor's children, word-bearers, night lords, and the red tide of the world eaters battered themselves against the walls of the species that had made them. Demon hosts swarmed beneath clouds that screamed. Brass shapes walked through artillery fire. Winged things descended through gaps in reality, laughing as flak shells tore their borrowed flesh apart. Mortals in the service of the War Master ran forward in oceans, dying beneath minefields, lass fire, bolters, and their own master's impatience. War engines dragged cathedrals of guns on tracks. Breacher tanks rammed shattered gates until their crews cooked inside. The world shook beneath the convergence of every hatred the Great Crusade had failed to bury. Kharn landed where the fighting was thickest. He would have accepted no other place. His drop pod struck in a trench district already taken, lost, retaken, shelled flat, and drowned in blood until no one could name who had first dug it. The pod's doors blew open into smoke, screams, and the wet thunder of massed artillery. Gorechild was already awake in his fist, chained to his wrist, its teeth shrieking with a hunger that joined the nails in the back of his skull. His plasma pistol burned hot in his left hand, coils flaring a feverish blue. He stepped into Terra's mud. It was not mud. It was men. The ground had been churned by shells, boots, tank tracks, collapsing walls, and the weight of too many corpses. Mortal bodies had been pressed into the soil until blood, meat, ash, and sacred Terran dust became one substance. Kharn advanced through it without looking down. Around him, the World Eaters poured from pods, assault ramps, craters, and breaches in the smoke. They came roaring, laughing, choking on their own rage, chain axes raised, helm lenses blazing like coals in a furnace. The first Imperial trench lay ahead, marked by muzzle flashes and prayer banners. The mortals within did not understand what entered their war. They saw red, giants through the smoke, and fired as soldiers had been trained to fire since mankind first learned fear. Laser guns cracked in disciplined volleys. Heavy stubbers hammered.
Grenades burst against advancing ceramite. A priest shouted the Emperor's name from atop a firing step. Chainsword lifted toward the poisoned heavens. For a few seconds, the trench held. Men believed the weight of their fire mattered. Men believed courage could become a wall. Kharn reached them. A lashbolt struck his helm. Another burned across his pauldron. A grenade burst at his feet and peppered his greaves with fragments. None of it slowed him. Gorachild came down and turned the priest into a spray of bone, cloth, and red mist. Kharn fired his plasma pistol into a command knot clustered around a vox set, and the men there became burning shadows painted across the trench wall. He vaulted the parapet and landed among the defenders. They died without understanding his shape. One moment they were soldiers. The next, they were severed limbs, open torsos, crushed skulls, and collapsing bodies beneath a red warrior moving too fast for terror to finish forming. The World Eaters followed. The trench became a meat grinder with no machine required. Chain axes bit into flak armor and flesh. Bolt pistols detonated men against sandbags. A mortal tried to jam a bayonet beneath Kharn's breastplate and lost both hands before he could scream. Another fell to his knees, raising an Aquila charm in both palms. Kharn's boot came down and silenced him with a crack that vanished beneath the guns. Forward, Kharn voxed. The word was enough. Defensive depth was a sequence of throats: first trench, second trench, communication ditch, fire step, redoubt, bunker mouth, barricade, wall scar. Every layer had a pulse. Every pulse could be cut. The World Eaters advanced through the palace approaches, as if the greatest fortress in human history were only a body laid out for butchery. They did not hold the trenches they took. They did not consolidate. Behind them, other traitor formations could try to occupy the ruins if they wished. Kharn's sons were not there to own ground. They were there to open it. A squad of Imperial fists met them at the second redoubt. They understood. That made them different from the mortals. The yellow-armoured warriors did not waste breath in panic. Their sergeant marked Kharn at once, and the squad's fire converged upon him with lethal discipline. Bolter shells hammered his plate. One burst against his gorget and filled his vision with warning runes. Another struck his thigh hard enough to stagger him. A third exploded against his plasma pistol casing, and heat alarms shrieked across his helm display. Kharn laughed because the nails hurt less when death came close. The Imperial fists braced for the charge, shields locked, bolters mag-locked, blades drawn. They knew what he was. They had heard the name. They had trained to die standing before worse things than fear. They still failed to stop him. Gorechild took the first shield at the rim and chewed through plasteel, ceramite, forearm, and breastplate. Kharn drove the ruined shield-bearer backward into his brothers and fired plasma through the gap. Blue-white fire swallowed two helms and boiled the flesh inside them. The sergeant struck with a power sword, the blade carving a bright wound across Kharn's chest. Kharn accepted the cut, stepped into it, and smashed his forehead into the sergeant's faceplate. As the warrior reeled, Gorechild rose under his guard and opened him from groin to throat. The last Imperial fist tried to take Kharn with him, clamping both arms around the World Eater and triggering a grenade harness. Kharn tore his head away before the charge detonated. The blast engulfed them both. Smoke cleared. Khorne rose from the crater, armor scorched, one shoulder plate split. Gorechild still screaming. Every second without killing returned as torment. The nails did not reward survival. They punished interruption. He could feel them clawing deeper, demanding motion, impact, blood. When no enemy stood within reach, the pain sharpened until the nearest living thing became a solution.
A World Eater stumbled ahead of him, wounded, blocking the path through a collapsed sap tunnel. Kharn shoved him aside hard enough to break the warrior's balance. Had the press of battle been thinner, had the next line of loyalists been farther away, Gorechild might have finished the correction. But then the enemy opened fire from the next barricade, and the nails gave him permission to forget his brother. He charged. The war became fragments. Custodians descending a stair of shattered marble, guardian spears moving with impossible economy, cutting through berserkers who hurled themselves forward in rage and died by art beyond rage. Solar Auxilia firing from behind a burned-out Malcador, their discipline holding until Kharn reached the tank hull and climbed over it. A loyalist dreadnought roaring oaths through damaged Vox speakers before Gorechild found the cables behind its knee and brought it down into the mud. A demon host bursting among the defenders in a storm of claws and flame, only for loyal guns and traitor axes to tear it apart in the same breath. Titans dueling behind the smoke, their weapons turning day into repeated dawn. Then, in the lee of a shattered bastion, Kharn saw him, black and white amid yellow and ash. Sigismund, the first captain of the Imperial Fists, stood where a breach narrowed between two collapsed walls. Bodies lay around him in heaps, traitor and loyalist alike, though the loyal dead had fallen behind him and the traitors before. His armor was blackened by soot, his blade alive with power, his stance utterly still. He did not roar. He did not curse. He did not seem to feel the siege around him as others felt it. Men died screaming on every side, but Sigismund held silence like a weapon. Kharn moved toward him. The nails surged, expecting the joy of a worthy kill. What they found made them hesitate. Sigismund looked at Kharn, and there was no fear in him. That was not rare among Astartes. There was no rage either. That was rarer. No pleasure, no hunger, no brotherhood, no shame, no visible pain, only purpose so pure it had become emptiness. Kharn had looked into the faces of zealots, cowards, butchers, heroes, and monsters. He had never seen a warrior so hollowed by duty that violence seemed not an act, but a sacrament without joy. It was horrifying. Not because Sigismund was weak, because he was not. Kharn lifted Gorechild. Sigismund raised his sword. No words passed between them. The duel began with a collision that rang through the breach louder than nearby gunfire. Gorechild screamed against Sigismund's blade, chain teeth throwing sparks as the power field held. Kharn struck again, harder, trying to crush the Imperial fist beneath weight and fury. Sigismund shifted by the smallest measure, letting the blow pass close enough to score his pauldron, and answered with a cut that opened Kharn's side. Pain flashed. Relief followed. Khorne attacked with greater force, axe strokes falling like execution bells. Sigismund did not meet rage with rage. He killed space. He killed angles. He killed possibilities. Each parry was exact. Each retreating step carried Khorne into a worse position. His sword flickered in and out, biting joints, cables, armor seams. Khorne landed blows that would have broken lesser champions, hammering Sigismund backward, cracking ceramite, forcing him against the rubble. Twice Gorechild's teeth kissed black plate and tore deep. Twice Sigismund survived without changing expression. Khorne began to hate him. The hate was clean. He feinted low, reversed, and drove a gauntlet into Sigismund's helm. The Imperial fist reeled. Khorne followed with Gorechild, aiming for the neck. Sigismund turned the blow by a finger's width and plunged his blade into Khorne's torso. The sword went through. For one breath, neither moved. Khorne's blood ran down black armor. Warning runes filled his vision. His heart struck hard against the wound. The nails screamed, not in triumph now, but in outrage. He tried to bring Gorachild down. Sigismund twisted the blade and drove him back. Kharn struck him with the plasma pistol instead. The shot went wide as Sigismund moved, burning a hole through the wall behind him and turning stone to glass. The Imperial Fist's sword tore free. Kharn staggered, then lunged again because retreat was rot and pain demanded answer. A shell landed nearby. The world vanished in pressure, fire, and stone. Kharn was thrown through the breach and into the trench beyond. He hit bodies, mud, metal, and broken weapons. His armor cracked in several places. Something punched through his backplate, perhaps a spar of rebar, perhaps the shattered haft of a banner pole, perhaps a blade from a corpse beneath him. His helm display fractured into red ghosts. Gorachild remained chained to his wrist, its engine stuttering, then roaring again as if furious at interruption. He tried to rise. His left arm did not answer. He tried again. His right knee folded beneath him. Around him, the siege continued with total indifference. Men died. Walls fell. Titans burned. Demons howled. Imperial Fists counterattacked over their own dead. World Eaters surged past, some not seeing him, some seeing and mistaking his stillness for death, some too far gone to care. Sigismund appeared above him through the smoke, blade lowered but ready. Kharn's vision pulsed, black, red, black, red. The Imperial Fist did not speak. He did not offer judgment. He did not offer contempt. He looked down at Kharn with that same empty, killing faith, and then the battle dragged him onward. A new wave of traitors struck the breach. A custodian entered the fray to his right. The moment vanished beneath war. Kharn lay among corpses while terror shook. Death came close enough to touch. It found no welcome. Whether the blood god reached down then, or whether Kharn's ruined body simply refused the final command, none would ever know. His heart slowed. One stopped. The other continued, stubborn as hatred. The nails pulsed weakly in his skull. Gorechild growled beside him, chained to a hand that would not open. When they found him, the sky had changed. The traitor dream was dying. Horus was dead. The words moved through the retreating forces like poison. The Warmaster slain. The Emperor broken, but not defeated. The siege collapsing into rout, fury, denial, and panic. The great assault upon terror, the war to remake the species, had failed at the threshold of its own godhood. The World Eaters did not mourn with silence. They had no silence left. They found Kharn beneath a mound of bodies near a shattered communication trench, his armor mangled, his blood mixed with the blood of enemies and brothers. Gorechild still chained to him. Apothecaries and surviving warriors dragged him free while loyalist guns hammered the approaches. One World Eater tried to take Gorechild from his grip. Kharn's fingers tightened. The warrior recoiled. "Alive," another said, though the words sounded like fear. They hauled him back through the killing fields, through retreating traitor columns, through smoke thick enough to hide shame. Around them, the Legion was coming apart. Without victory, without clear enemy, without the forward pull of the palace walls, the nails turned inward. World Eaters struck other traitors for blocking paths. They killed mortal allies for screaming too loudly. They fought over transport space, ammunition, insults, glances, nothing. Brotherhood became the nearest available battlefield. Kharn did not wake as they carried him from terror, but somewhere inside the ruined armor, beneath broken ribs, pierced organs, burned flesh, and the fading thunder of the greatest siege mankind had ever endured, the nails waited for the next sound of war. Behind them, the palace still stood,
Ahead, exile opened its jaws, and within the World Eaters, with no wall left to cut and no Emperor's Gate before them, the hunger began to look sideways at its own brothers. The Great Scouring did not feel like defeat at first. Defeat was too clean a word, too ordered, too mortal. Defeat had banners lowered, commanders slain, lines broken, maps redrawn. What came after terror was not defeat. It was rot. The World Eaters fled in fragments. Their fleets limped through the void with torn hulls and empty magazines, hunted by the sons who had once stood beside them in the Great Crusade. Loyalist battle groups came like executioners through the dark, imperial fists with their cold vengeance, ultramarines with their methodical wrath, white scars like blades in the flank, dark angels silent and merciless in pursuit. Worlds that had bowed to Horus burned under the counterstroke. Outposts were purged. Supply lines vanished. Astropathic messages came broken or not at all. Every retreat became a battle. Every rendezvous became a massacre waiting to declare itself. Angron was gone from them in all the ways that mattered. He existed, if existence still meant anything after apotheosis, as a thing of the warp and rage, a red god wound wearing their father's shape. He no longer led as a Primarch led. He appeared where slaughter was thick enough to call him, vanished where reality could not bear him, and left behind sons who had mutilated themselves to be like him, only to learn that resemblance was not inheritance. Horus was dead. Terror had not fallen. The Emperor's palace still stood. The Legion had no victory to chase, no commandment large enough to fill the nails, no father's will clear enough to replace thought. So the World Eaters devoured the nearest meat. Often it was their own. Aboard the Defiant, the corridors stank of old blood, overheated machinery and starvation. The ship had once been proud, a blade in the 12th Legion's war fleet, its launch bays full, its armories ordered, its decks alive with warriors moving toward purpose. Now it limped through the void under failing power, its outer hull patched with plates cut from lesser vessels, its gun batteries running on rationed charges, its void shields flickering like sick eyes in the dark. Whole decks were sealed after breaches no one had the resources to repair. Reactor adepts chanted themselves hoarse before machine spirits that answered with warning chimes and smoke. Slave crews worked until they collapsed, then were rendered into corpse starch, coolant labour, or distraction for warriors the chain cages could no longer contain. Ammunition was counted in whispers. Bolter shells were no longer poured into magazines by the crate. They were issued by hand, round by round, under guard. Plasma coils were patched beyond safety. Chain-axe teeth were sharpened when they should have been replaced. Promethium was reserved for boarding actions and executions considered tactically necessary. Rhinos sat in the holds with dry fuel lines and broken tracks. Land raiders were worshipped by armor serfs who had nothing left to offer but blood smeared over cracked plating. Even rage needed logistics, and logistics had become famine. The command structure had been butchered into something that only pretended to be hierarchy. Captains had died on terror, in the retreat, or beneath the axes of their own brothers. Sergeants killed lieutenants for ordering withdrawal too slowly. Champions challenged officers in the pits and took their titles without understanding the duties attached to them. Berserkers were chained in confinement holds between battles, not because chains could truly hold them if enough of them decided otherwise, but because the ritual of restraint kept the ship from becoming a single, endless melee. Some warriors howled for enemies, some howled for Angron, Some howled because the nails made silence into acid. Captain Drager tried to hold them together. That alone made him either brave or doomed. He stood in the strategium of the Defiant beneath a hololithic display that failed every few minutes and had to be struck by a serf with a brass rod to return coherence. His armor was scarred red and white, older colors showing through where battle had stripped the newer paint. His face was bare, lined by sleeplessness and the pressure of command among warriors who respected only victory, strength, and the immediate availability of something to kill. Around him, surviving officers argued. "We cannot remain in open void," one growled. "The loyalists are sweeping the outer routes. We have 3 functioning escorts, and one of those bleeds atmosphere every time we translate." "We go deeper," another said, "into the eye. With what supplies? With what choice?" A third slammed a fist onto the table, making the hololith flicker. "The Legion gathers around strength. We need Angron." Drager looked at him. "Angron is beyond command." The words settled badly. Several warriors shifted. One spat blood onto the deck. "Then Kharn," said another. That name changed the room, not softened it. Nothing softened the World Eaters now, but it focused the air like a blade turned point first. Kharn lay 3 decks below, in the Apothecarian Vault, and had lain there since the retreat from Terra. Some called him dead. The apothecaries did not. Some called him blessed. The older warriors did not. Some called him a relic, because Gorachild had not been removed from beside him except for maintenance, and even then only under armed watch. Some called him a curse, because men who stood too long in the chamber with him dreamed of red skies and woke biting through their own tongues. Dreyer called him necessary. That was worse. He went to him after the council dissolved into threats and half-made plans. 2 warriors followed at his back, not bodyguards exactly, because there were no safe bodies to guard from what waited below, but witnesses. In the Defiant's lower decks, the lights dimmed and brightened with the pulse of failing generators. The walls were gouged by chain weapons. Here and there, black handprints marked places where wounded warriors had dragged themselves away from fights no one had recorded. From behind one bulkhead came the wet percussion of fists striking ceramite, and a voice chanting, "Blood, blood, blood," with the mindless devotion of a broken engine. The Apothecarian Vault was colder than the rest of the ship. Cold slowed decay. Cold calmed machinery. Cold did nothing for the nails. Kharn lay on a slab at the chamber's center beneath a web of surgical arms, cables, restraint fields, and devotional trophies placed there by warriors who would have denied praying. His armor had been removed from most of his body, though parts of it remained bolted in place where removal would have killed him, or where his flesh had healed around fragments of ceramite. His torso was a map of ruin, old wounds layered beneath new. Terror had opened him in 6 places and failed to finish the work. Metal staples, bone clamps, synthetic muscle sheaths, and black tubes entered his flesh. His skin was grey beneath the lumen glow. His breathing was so shallow that mortal eyes might not have seen it. Gorechild rested on a rack beside him, chained still to his wrist. No one had dared break the chain. His helm sat above his head like a skull waiting for its owner to remember it. Its eye lenses were dark. Its kill records had been corrupted by battle damage, numbers freezing, restarting, and bleeding into unreadable strings. The apothecaries had tried to recover them. Eventually, they had stopped. There were tallies beyond meaning. Drager stepped close. "Brother," he said. Kharn did not answer. One of the apothecaries turned from a console. "No change. You said that yesterday. It was true yesterday. And before that."
It was true then. Dreger's jaw tightened. Will he wake? The apothecary looked at Kharn's ruined body, then at the chain connecting his wrist to Gorechild. By any honest measure, he should have died on terror. Will he wake? The apothecary's voice dropped. Something in him refuses conclusion. Dreger accepted that because it was the closest thing to hope the World Eaters possessed. Within Kharn, there was no hope. There was only half vision and old blood. He stood again before Angron's prison chamber, bareheaded, ribs broken, telling a father who hated sons that they were here. He smelled the apothecarian where the nails first opened his mind, felt the saw through skull, felt cold air kiss his brain, felt metal bite thought and make stillness into torment. He saw Argel Tal beneath Ultramar's burning sky, heard that single weary laugh amid the destruction of Gilliman's perfect cities, then saw absence where friendship had stood. Erebus smiled from everywhere and nowhere, always just beyond the axe stroke. Istvan rose around him. Ash dunes made from murdered armies. Loken's eyes clear through soot and betrayal. A machine's broken spar through Kharn's body as death approached and failed to command him. Terror came next, not as memory, but as weight. Walls, guns, men by the million. Sigismund in black and white, hollow as a blade, hatred sanctified into perfect emptiness. Kharn struck him and was struck. Blood fell. The palace stood. Horus died. The galaxy laughed in red. Beneath all of it came another sound. Not Angron, not the nails. Something older than the name he would one day carry, yet patient enough to wait for him to become worthy of it. The laughter was not loud. It did not need to be. It rolled through the dark behind his dreams like a throne room made of skulls shifting under impossible weight. Kharn opened his eyes. No alarm sounded. No triumphant cry rose. No machine spirit sang. The awakening was terrifying because it was quiet. One moment the apothecarian vault contained a corpse that would not die. The next it contained a reactor coming online in the shape of a man. The apothecary saw it first. His hand froze over the console. Dreger turned at the change in the room before he understood what had changed. The two warriors behind him stopped breathing through their vox grills. Every restraint field hummed louder, as if suddenly aware of what it had been pretending to contain. Kharn's eyes moved, not wildly, not with the frothing hunger of the chain cages. They moved with slow, awful clarity, studying lumen panels, surgical arms, bloodlines, Dreger, the apothecary, the door, Gorechild. His fingers flexed. The chain clicked. The apothecary reached for a sedation rune. Kharn's gaze turned to him. The apothecary stopped. Dreger stepped forward, hope breaking through the iron discipline of his face despite every lesson the galaxy had given him. Kharn. For a long moment, Kharn said nothing. His lips were cracked. His throat had not shaped words in months, perhaps longer. Time in the eye's shadow had already begun to spoil reliable counting. When he spoke, the voice was low, scraped raw, and lucid. Where is the war? Dreger almost smiled. Almost. Everywhere. Kharn considered that. His eyes did not brighten. They did not soften. They simply accepted the answer as insufficient. Where is the enemy? Dreger looked back at the warriors, then to the surgical slab, to the chain, to the axe. Hunting us, ahead of us, behind us, among us, if we do not act. Kharn's mouth twitched. It might have been pain. It might have been amusement. It might have been the first movement of something worse. Then we still have purpose. Those words moved through the defiant faster than any official proclamation. Kharn wakes. Kharn speaks. Kharn will lead. Hope returned to the World Eaters like infection. Warriors gathered outside the apothecarian.
Some beat fists against their breastplates. Some chanted his name. Some knelt, though they would have killed any man who called it worship. Dregger allowed it because he needed the sound. He needed the Legion to remember unity, even if unity had to be built around a half-dead killer whose first question upon waking had been where to find something to butcher. Kharn rose before he should have been able to stand. The apothecaries protested. He ignored them. Servitors brought armour. He endured the fastening of every plate in silence, though fresh wounds reopened and blood ran down his body in lines. His war plate looked worse than before, a patchwork of repaired ceramite, bonded cracks, scorched brass, and old red. When Gorechild was placed into his gauntlet, the chain tightened around his wrist, as if it too had awakened. Dregger watched him carefully. "You can reunite us," he said. Kharn's helm turned toward him. He had not yet sealed it, and the face beneath looked pale, hollow, and calm in a way that made Dregger's hope recoil. "Can I? The Legion will follow strength." The Legion followed Angron. Dregger did not answer. Kharn looked past him to the gathered warriors beyond the open vault door. Their helms crowded the corridor, red lenses burning, chain axes held like votive offerings. They wanted a commander. They wanted proof that the retreat from Terra had not reduced them to carrion. They wanted the old certainty of impact, of command, of a throat found and cut. They wanted salvation. Kharn saw them and knew hope for the mistake it was. Still, he spoke clearly enough to feed it. "Gather the captains," he said. "Count the ships that can still translate. Count the warriors fit to fight. Count ammunition if it comforts you." Dregger nodded. "And then? Then we find a world. A fortress. A battlefield." The Defiant limped onward with its wounded kin, translating by broken routes, bleeding time into the tides around the Eye of Terror. Loyalist pursuit thinned as reality worsened. Stars looked wrong. Astropathic screams lasted for days. Demons pressed faces against the skin of the void and whispered through static. The fleet that remained to Dregger was less a Legion armada than a pack of wounded predators, each ship dangerous, starving, and close to turning on the others. Then they found Scalathrax. It hung in the eye's madness like a promise made by a liar. A world of dead cities, frozen night, ancient ruins, and winds that could flay heat from transhuman flesh. Its orbit glittered with debris and warships. It was not empty. The Emperor's children had claimed it, or claimed enough of it to make the distinction worth killing over. Their signals came perfumed with arrogance and distortion, all mockery, elegance, and sharpened contempt. They offered negotiation in the way a duelist offers a bow before poison. The World Eaters listened. The nails stirred. In the strategium, Dregger looked at the world's image with the expression of a starving man seeing meat behind glass. "We could take refuge there," he said. "Repair, gather, rebuild." Kharn stood beside him, Gorechild low in his fist, helm lenses fixed on Scalathrax. "Refuge," he repeated. "It could be the start of reunion. The Legion needs a place to stand." "The Legion does not remember how to stand." Dregger turned toward him. "Then teach it." Kharn looked from the planet to the gathered officers. Warriors who had survived terror. Warriors who had killed brothers in the corridors. Warriors who had chained themselves to bulkheads rather than admit they feared what they would do without enemies. They waited for him to speak the words that would make them whole. He gave them war instead. "We take Scalathrax," Kharn said. "Not for shelter, not for walls, not for rest." A captain growled. "Then why?" Gorechild's teeth clicked once. "To remind the World Eaters what they are."
Scalathrax turned beneath the fleet like a corpse that had learned to dream. It was not a world made for sane occupation. Its continents lay broken into impossible angles, mountain ranges rising where no tectonic law should have placed them, oceans frozen in spiral patterns as if some vast hand had stirred them at the moment of death. Ancient ruins covered the surface in black ribs of stone and metal, cities from an age no one aboard the World Eater's ships cared to name. Their towers leaned in defiance of gravity. Their streets changed direction beneath drifting curtains of ice fog. The nights lasted too long, and the cold that came with them was not weather alone. It had malice in it. It entered armor seams, stiffened joints, froze blood in open wounds, and whispered to the heat inside living bodies until even transhuman flesh began to fail. The Emperor's children had reached it first. Their ships hung in orbit like lacquered knives, arrogant, graceful, and corrupt, their hulls painted in obscene colors that made the eye recoil and linger at once. Vox traffic came from them in bursts of mockery, music, static, laughter, and courtly invitations sharpened by contempt. Their ground forces held the better positions, entrenched in the dead cities, among spires that amplified their sonic weapons and avenues that turned each shriek of noise into a killing wave. Their warriors had chosen palaces, amphitheaters, gallery vaults, and pleasure cathedrals carved from alien stone, and they had made fortresses of them. The World Eaters had no patience for fortresses except as things to break. Their fleet was wounded. Their ammunition was low. Their chain of command existed because enough warriors pretended it did. Their ships bled atmosphere through patched wounds, and their slave crews died faster than they could be replaced. They needed refuge, repair, a place to gather the broken teeth of the Legion and set them back into a jaw. Dregger saw that when he looked down at Scalathrax. Others saw it too. Even some of the worst among them understood that a legion could not live forever as a pack of starving fragments fleeing loyalist vengeance through the dark. Kharn saw the same world and named it differently. A battlefield. The Emperor's children sent terms before the first broadside. The message came through the defiant strategium in a voice too smooth to be honest, every syllable perfumed with amusement, shared anchorage, divided zones of control, temporary compact, mutual defense against loyalist pursuit. A serpent coiled in silk could not have sounded more generous. Dreyer listened with fists clenched. "We need time," he said after the transmission ended. "We need ground. We need the fleet alive long enough to become a legion again." Kharn stood beside the hololithic image of Scalathrax. Gorechild hung in his fist, chained to his wrist, its teeth motionless but not silent. Nothing about the axe was ever silent. It hummed through the bones even at rest. "Their offer is insult," Kharn said. "It is opportunity." "It is delay." Dregger turned on him. "Everything is delay to the nails." Kharn looked at him, then, and the strategium's failing lumen strips flashed red across his helm lenses. "Yes." The answer did not calm the room. Around them stood captains, champions, butchers wearing rank like stolen hides. Some wanted war because war was relief. Some wanted shelter because their ships were dying. Some wanted Kharn to speak the words that would make both desires the same thing. That was his talent still, if talent was the word for turning desperation into violence with a sentence. "The Emperor's children hold the cities," Dregger said. "They have sonic emplacements in the spires. Their positions are stronger. They will bleed us before we reach the gates." "Then we do not begin at the gates." Kharn pointed Gorechild toward the orbital display. A battle cruiser hung above Scalathrax, gilded and purple, its hull alive with signal bursts and weapon locks. Golden absolute. It was too close to the planet, proud enough to believe proximity was dominance. "That ship," Kharn said. Dregger followed the line of the axe. A boarding action. A wound in orbit becomes a weapon on the ground. The room understood him by degrees. First the veterans, then the killers. Then Dregger, last, because Dregger was still trying to think like a captain saving a legion, rather than a man feeding one truth to another. "If we destroy it in high orbit, the wreckage falls across the eastern city line," Dregger said slowly. Kharn corrected him. "If we take it, we choose where it falls." The boarding torpedoes launched under cover of a ragged bombardment. The Defiant and her surviving kin opened fire with guns that should have been conserved, hurling shells and lance strikes into the Emperor's Children's screen. Return fire struck with exquisite precision. World Eater's escorts burned. A frigate broke in half and spilled crew, ammunition, and atmosphere into space. None of it mattered once the torpedoes were away. Kharn rode inside the first wave. The boarding torpedo struck the Golden Absolute amidships and burrowed through outer hull plating with a howl of tortured adamantium. Its assault claws locked. Its breaching charges detonated. The interior hatch blew inward, and Kharn stepped into a corridor made of polished gold, black mirrors, violet light, and torn bodies. The Emperor's children had been waiting. Sonic weapons opened with shrieks that became physical force. The first World Eater through the breach was flayed inside his armor, blood spraying from every seal as his organs ruptured. Another's helm split under harmonic pressure, skull liquefying beneath ceramite. Kharn advanced through the sound, Gorechild roaring louder. The nails took the pain, twisted it, fed it back as motion. He reached the noise marines before the second wave had fully cleared the torpedo. Gorechild tore the first apart from hip to shoulder. The warrior died beautifully, if beauty meant limbs opening in red arcs against mirror walls. Kharn's plasma pistol fired into the second, turning ornate armor and altered flesh into a white-blue smear. The third tried to step back, still playing a weapon that screamed hard enough to peel paint from the corridor. Kharn caught the barrel, crushed it, and drove the broken instrument through the warrior's throat before wrenching it sideways. The ship became a labyrinth of excess and murder. The Emperor's children did not fight like loyalists. They fought as if sensation itself were command. Some laughed while their arms were severed. Some shrieked praise to their dark patron as chain teeth entered them. Some moved with impossible grace, blades flickering toward joints and exposed cabling, trying to make each death a performance. They died anyway. The World Eaters poured through the Golden Absolute in red packs, hacking through gallery corridors, pleasure vaults, command shrines, and gun decks where slaves with jeweled wounds chained to consoles begged to be killed or begged not to be. Kharn gave no answer to either prayer. On the bridge, the captain of the Golden Absolute waited with a power blade in each hand and music bleeding from the walls. His armor was a work of desecrated art, fluted, gilded, and hung with faces preserved in translucent sheets. He bowed when Kharn entered through the broken blast door. "Captain Kharn," he said, voice full of pleasure. "How crude of you to come so directly." Kharn crossed the bridge. The captain attacked in a blur. He was fast, elegant, and utterly in love with his own speed. Kharn took a cut across the breastplate, another across the thigh, and a third that sliced open the side of his helm. Then he stepped into the pattern and broke it with weight. His fist crushed the captain's faceplate. Gorechild took both arms at the elbow. A plasma shot emptied the throne behind him of crew. The captain fell to his knees,
laughing through a mouthful of blood. "Do you even know what you destroy?" Kharn seized him by the crest of his helm and looked into the ruined face beneath. "Obstruction!" He threw the captain into the command throne and ordered the ship's death. The Golden Absolute did not fall at once. It was murdered into descent. Its engines were chained to overload. Its steering vanes were locked. Its surviving crew were butchered in their stations or nailed to them with blades, while World Eaters forced the trajectory downward. The battlecruiser entered the atmosphere over Scalathrax as a burning continent of metal. Pieces tore free, each one trailing fire. Its shields failed in blossoming waves. Its spine broke as the planet's gravity took hold. From the surface, warriors of both legions watched the sky split. The Golden Absolute struck the eastern city line like a god's hammer. The impact erased the Emperor's Children outer bastions in a storm of fire, stone, molten metal, and vaporized flesh. Towers folded, sonic spires detonated. Whole districts vanished beneath the cruiser's dying mass. The shockwave rolled across the black plains, flattening ruins and throwing warriors from their feet kilometers from the impact. The World Eaters took the sound as a signal. They attacked. Drop pods hammered into the ruined avenues. Assault ramps fell. Rhinos and land raiders plunged from landing craft into streets already cracking from the impact. Berserkers flooded habvaults and palace districts in red waves. Their chain axes screamed against the howling sonic weapons of the Emperor's Children. For a time, the speed was enough. Shock became unity. The scattered World Eaters remembered the old truth of the charge, if nothing else. They drove forward behind Kharn, Dregger, and a dozen lesser warlords, smashing through positions that had survived orbital fire only to collapse under transhuman rage at arm's length. Kharn moved at the front because that was where reality made sense. Gorechild opened shields, breastplates, helms, doors, throats, and the soft pride of warriors who thought elegance could stop a chain axe. His plasma pistol overheated twice and was used anyway. A champion of the Emperor's Children struck him with a lash that cut through armor and bit into flesh. Kharn caught the lash, dragged the warrior close, and fed him to Gorechild from the shoulder down. Another played a sonic shriek that burst the ears of nearby World Eaters and made blood jet from their helm seals. Kharn killed him by driving his head through the instrument and into the wall behind it. The World Eaters nearly won. Nearly was the cruelest word on Scalathrax. The Emperor's Children did not break. They bent, withdrew, counterattacked, lured the Red Tide into kill amphitheaters where sonic batteries mounted in alien balconies tore through packed berserkers. They turned plazas into echo chambers. They set traps in streets that changed direction when the cold fog rolled in. They died in hundreds, then thousands, and each corpse bought time. Then the long night fell. It did not descend like ordinary dark. It came as a blade drawn across the world's throat. The light bled out of the sky. The temperature collapsed. Frost spread over armor, weapons, bodies, banners, and burning wreckage. Flames guttered blue. Blood froze in chains. Breath steamed from helm grills and crystallized on faceplates. The cold reached through ceramite, through undersuits, through gene-wrought flesh. It made joints sluggish. It made fingers slow. It made even the nails seem, for a few terrible moments, like heat trapped inside the skull. Both legions sought shelter. That was the sane decision. Even transhuman warriors could die in Scalathrax's night. Emperor's Children retreated into their pleasure fortresses, vaults, and insulated ruins. World Eaters forced their way into manufactoria, bunkers, wrecks,
and underground chambers. Doors were sealed, fires were lit. Wounded warriors dragged themselves behind cover and snarled at those who came too close. Captains spoke of resuming the battle when the cold passed. Kharn heard them. He stood outside a sealed ruin where world eaters had taken shelter, frost forming over his armor, Gorechild hanging at his side. Around him, the battlefield had gone quiet in a way that made the nails scream louder. The silence was not peace. It was cowardice wearing the color of survival. He could feel warriors inside the ruin, alive, waiting, conserving strength. He could hear the enemy doing the same across the dead city, both legions hiding from the night, both legions choosing breath over blood. Something broke, not in his mind. That had happened long before. This was simpler, a decision. Kharn turned to a nearby corpse pile where equipment lay scattered among the dead. He found a flamer clutched in the frozen hands of a fallen warrior. He tore it free, checked the fuel by weight, and walked to the sealed entrance. A World Eater voice came through the doorvox. "Identify." Kharn activated the flamer. The voice sharpened. "Khorne, open." "Captain, the cold will kill us in the streets." "The weak are already dead." There was a pause. Men inside moved. Locks remained sealed. Kharn burned the door. Promethium washed over the entrance in a roaring sheet. Ice exploded into steam. Metal glowed. Seals burst. The men inside shouted as heat became terror. When the door sagged open, Kharn stepped through the flames. World Eaters stared at him from the shelter's interior, axes raised but uncertain. Some were wounded, some were veterans. Some had followed him since before Terror. One had fought beside him in the pits aboard the Conqueror. Another still wore a strip of old warhound white beneath his red. Dregger was not there. That was fortune or curse. A sergeant took a step forward. "What are you doing?" Kharn lifted the flamer. "Ending shelter. We fight when the night passes. You fight now. The cold will kill us, then kill before it does." The sergeant raised his axe, not in challenge at first, in disbelief, in appeal, as if some captain still lived behind Kharn's lenses who might recognize reason. "Brother," the sergeant said. Gorechild answered. Kharn cut him from neck to heart, and the shelter became a battlefield. He burned them out. He burned his own brothers out of cover and into the freezing dark. Some obeyed after the first deaths, stumbling into the streets with frost already climbing their armor. Some attacked him. They died beneath Gorechild. Some tried to bar deeper doors. He burned through those too. Promethium filled chambers. Ammunition cooked off. Wounded World Eaters dragged themselves through fire because the flames behind them had become more immediate than the cold ahead. Then Kharn moved to the next shelter, and the next. The moral center of the Legion, if it had still possessed one, detonated in the blue flame of his flamer. He killed Emperor's children when they emerged to see the madness. He killed World Eaters who tried to stop him. He killed warriors who begged for time, warriors who cursed him, warriors who called him captain, warriors who called him traitor, warriors who still believed the Legion could survive as a legion if only they endured one more night. A former mentor stood before him in the doorway of a command bunker, frost on his helm, axe lowered. "Kharn," the old warrior said, voice roughened by vox damage and cold. "Enough. The Legion needs us alive." Kharn looked at him and saw Bot's pits, old discipline, the warhounds before Angren, before the nails, before the galaxy had opened its red mouth. For a moment, the past stood within reach. The nails screamed. "No," Kharn said. "The Legion needs to remember." The old warrior attacked with perfect form.
Khorne killed him with Gorechild and walked through the falling blood before it froze. Scalathrax became brother war, then massacre, then myth. The Emperor's children tried to exploit the madness and found themselves swallowed by it. World Eaters, driven from shelter, struck anything that moved. War bands formed in minutes and turned on one another in the next breath. Captains lost command, not by defeat, but by irrelevance. Vox channels filled with threats, kill oaths, screams, orders no one obeyed, laughter, and the crackle of fires spreading through ancient districts. Flames climbed towers, fuel stores detonated, wreckage burned, bodies burned, banners burned. The long night glowed red and orange against the impossible cold. Dregger's dream died there, if it had not died long before. The Legion shattered, not in ceremony, not with declaration. It broke the way armor breaks under repeated blows. Company from company, squad from squad, brother from brother. Those who survived fled to their ships, to rival banners, to private vendettas, to the first warlord strong enough to hold them for a season. Some cursed Kharn's name, some praised it, some swore to kill him, some swore to follow him if they could find him again. The name moved through the freezing fire before dawn ever touched the ruins. Betrayer. Kharn walked alone when the worst of it ended. The flamer was empty. He cast it aside without looking. Gorechild still ran, its teeth blackened by frozen blood and cooked flesh. His armor smoked in the cold. Frost formed over the blood on his greaves, cracked, melted from nearby flames, and froze again. Around him lay World Eaters and Emperor's children in heaps that no tally could divide cleanly. Allies, enemies, brothers, obstructions. The distinctions had mattered to others. They had not mattered enough. He had not won Scalathrax in any sane sense. There was no sane sense left. The world burned behind him. The night tried to kill him. The cold entered the rents in his armor and found only heat, pain, and the endless pulse of the nails. Somewhere beyond sight, surviving ships broke orbit. Somewhere, warriors who had once belonged to a legion became war bands. Somewhere, Dregger or men like him understood too late that Kharn had not reunited the World Eaters. He had revealed them. Khorne stopped atop a ridge of frozen corpses and looked across the burning ruins. No voice spoke aloud. No god descended. No hand blessed him. But in the red spaces between the flames, in the rhythm of his hearts, in the axe growl and the skull-deep laughter beneath the nails, something vast approved. The blood had flowed without distinction. That was purity. Kharn walked on through fire and freezing dark, and the name followed him into forever. After Scalathrax, Kharn no longer spoke of the Legion. Others did. The broken captains, the self-crowned warlords, the half-mad champions squatting in the holds of stolen cruisers, the old veterans who still remembered warhound discipline beneath the red ruin of their armor. They spoke of reunion when they had enough warriors to pretend at command. They spoke of Angron when they wanted obedience. They spoke of the World Eaters when they needed a name large enough to hide the truth that they were packs now, not a legion. Packs of transhuman butchers dragged by hunger from raid to raid, altar to altar, battlefield to battlefield. Kharn did not correct them. Correction was for those still worth teaching. He walked the long red path with Gorechild chained to his wrist and the nails biting behind his eyes. And where he walked, killers gathered. Some came in reverence. Some came for the chance to die near him. Some came because his name found them in dreams of brass and bone. Some were World Eaters from broken companies, their armor patched with scavenged ceramite, their old markings buried under red, black and brass. Some were renegade Astartes who had taken the blood god's mark and thought themselves worthy of standing in Kharn's shadow. Most learned quickly that shadows were still too close. The Butcher Horde was not an army in any clean meaning of the word. It had no parade ground, no stable order of battle, no discipline beyond momentum and terror. It was a gravitational storm of Khorne berserkers, cult murderers, chain-bound yakals, demon engines, brass idols on tracks, blood-mad warbands, oath-broken champions, skull-masked priests, and mortal hordes whose only strategy was to run ahead of the red giants and die loudly enough to be noticed. It gathered around Kharn as iron filings gather around a magnet, except the magnet was an ancient killer whose every victory left fewer followers than it began with, and whose every defeat was indistinguishable from massacre. Chaos Lords feared him. They also summoned him. That was the contradiction that kept them alive until it killed them. A Lord of the Black Legion might need a wall broken. A word-bearer might need a shrine drowned in enough blood to tear. Reality open. A warpsmith might require a forge bastion cleared of defenders too stubborn for artillery alone. A demon prince might offer skulls, glory, and the right to charge first. They all learned the same lesson. Kharn could be pointed. He could not be held. He could be placed before the enemy line like a blade against a throat. He could not be sheathed afterward. Once unleashed, he was not recalled. Only survived. On the 7th Black Crusade, Abaddon's heralds came to him with iron words and black seals, speaking of imperial targets, supply worlds, shrine stations, and fortress routes that would bleed the Corpse Empire if severed at the correct moment. The War Master understood monsters. He understood their uses. He knew Kharn did not kneel to strategy, but strategy could be built around the direction of Kharn's hunger. Send him where the Imperium expected siege. Send him where the defenders trusted walls, void shields, minefields, layered trenches, and the moral courage of men told that sacrifice had meaning. Kharn listened to the herald's orders in the hold of a captured cruiser, surrounded by warriors who scraped dried blood from Gorechild's teeth and repainted brass icons with fresh arterial red. The herald spoke for a long time. Too long. He named worlds. He named objectives. He named Abaddon. Kharn lifted his helm. "Where is the breach?" The herald hesitated. "The War Master requires the manufactorum intact." Kharn's lenses fixed on him. "Then he should not send us. The enemy must be destroyed, but the forges must remain operational." Khorne rose. Around him, the Butcher Horde stilled, not from discipline, but from hunger-sensing motion. "Give us the gate," Khorne said. "Take what remains." The herald left alive because he understood that negotiation had ended before he arrived. The raid began under a black sun. The Imperial Forge Moon below had rings of defense platforms, orbital mines, void-shielded foundry cities, and regiments of mortal troops drilled to defend production lines until the last shell. The Butcher Horde arrived like a red meteor storm. Boarding torpedoes took the platforms. Dreadclaws fell into the foundry districts. Demon engines landed badly and kept moving, their brass limbs crushing worker habs and barricades alike. Cultists surged ahead through radiation sleet, skin blistering, mouths open in praise or pain. The defenders killed them by the thousand. Their deaths made ramps. Kharn reached the western gate before the second wave landed. He did not wait for siege guns. He did not wait for armor. The gate had a throat. All gates did. He found it where the shield generators fed power through a maintenance spine beneath the left bastion. Sane commanders would have avoided the approach. It was flooded with plasma runoff, covered by kill slits, and too narrow for a full assault formation. Kharn entered it with 6 berserkers and came out alone inside the bastion, armor smoking, Gorechild clogged, plasma pistol venting heat. The gate opened from within. By the time Abaddon's troops came to claim the forges, 3 districts were burning, 2 production lines had been turned into abattoirs, and the warlord assigned to coordinate with Kharn had vanished with his entire command cadre. The manufactorum technically survived. No one who saw it called the raid clean. That was how Kharn served the great wars of chaos across the centuries. He appeared in fragments of terror, a red giant in a shrine city whose bells rang until the bell towers fell, a butcher in a void station where the air ran out before the screaming did, a champion walking across a bridge of corpses while artillery struck around him and failed to make him kneel. The butcher horde grew, shrank, split, reformed, and left worlds unable to remember what order had been. Among his own kind, rival champions challenged him because gods were cruel and pride was louder than intelligence. They came with demon weapons, black iron crowns, skull mantles, retinues, warbands, oaths, and the belief that killing the betrayer would make them more than meat. Kharn gave them the honesty of his full attention for as long as they survived. One lord of the Skulltakers of Var claimed he had been promised Kharn's place by a demon prince, whispering from a brass mirror. He met Kharn in the ruins of an imperial chapel, surrounded by followers chanting his titles. Kharn let him list, 5 of them before Gorechild took his jaw. The duel ended on the 3rd breath. The Lord's followers joined the Butcher Horde by nightfall, not because they loved Kharn, but because they understood gravity when they felt it. During the 13th Black Crusade, Cadia gave Kharn a battlefield worthy of the old hunger. Cadia did not die easily. It had been built to stand in the eye of damnation and tell hell no. Its pylons stabbed at the warp. Its bastions were hard with 10,000 years of defiance. Its soldiers were born looking toward terror and taught to spit into it with laser-gun in hand. When the War Master's final great assault came, the world became the anvil beneath the galaxy's hammer. Imperial fleets burned in orbit. Chaos armadas vomited warriors, cults, demons, and engines onto the surface. Titans strode through dust storms. Baneblades died by the score. Casa walls cracked and held and cracked again. The sky itself seemed to bruise open. Lieutenant Harvain of the Cadian 119th saw Kharn for less than 10 seconds and spent all 10 dying. His platoon had held a trench below a shattered defense tower for 30 hours, though he had stopped trusting the chronometer after the first warp storm rolled over the lines and made the dead whisper his name. They had ammunition for one more disciplined volley. The men knew it. No one said it. Harvain watched red shapes emerge through the smoke and gave the order anyway. Lasfire struck ceramite. Grenades burst. A melter gun cooked one berserker inside his plate and dropped him smoking into the trench. Then Kharn came over the parapet. Harvain did not understand him as a man. He understood a red impact, a chain axe shriek, the command vox beside him turning into fire as a plasma shot struck it, his sergeant falling in 3 pieces, his own saber leaving his hand with the fingers still around it. He had time to think that Cadia stood. Then Gorechild erased the rest of the thought. Magos Dominos Kebrak watched the same assault from a command node beneath 4 meters of ferrocrete and sanctified alloy. His augmetics passed the engagement in variables, probabilities, kill ratios, ammunition exhaustion curves. The World Eaters should have stalled in the kill field. Instead, they climbed the wreckage of their own dead, then the wreckage of his Skitarii, then the wreckage of the tank traps, then the bodies of the men he had ordered into the lanes, because flesh was cheaper than shielded steel. At the center of the red advance was one heat signature that refused statistical humility. Kebrak marked it for annihilation. 3 Lascanan teams fired, 1 struck, the target staggered, recovered, continued. A Kataphron battle servitor locked on with heavy arc weapons. Kharn reached it by passing through a gap no tactical model had weighted as viable because it was filled with fire, razor wire, and collapsing debris. He came out of the impossibility and split the servitor's weapon mount, then its torso, then the tech adept trying to retreat behind it. Kebrak sent the data burst upward before the command node died. Conclusion: do not model the betrayer as infantry. Model as environmental catastrophe. On Amathal during the Diamor War, Princeps Varro Clast of the Legio aligned his mind with the God Engine Sire of Ash and saw Kharn as a red infection in the machine grave below. Amathal was already ruin. Blood angels descended in gold and red fury, their jump packs carving bright arcs through smoke. Adeptus Mechanicus cohorts fought beneath Benharic hymns. Imperial titans stood like walking cathedrals, volcano cannons turning enemy armor into brief suns. Chaos engines answered with plasma, claws, hell cannons, and the laughter of bound demons. The ground shook so constantly that mortal bones cracked inside their bodies. The Butcher Horde came through the center, because the center was death. Volcano cannons fired into the red tide and opened streets of glass through flesh and armor. Berserkers vanished by the 100. Yakhals became ash shadows. Demon engines lost limbs and dragged themselves onward, biting at the ground. The Sire of Ash strode over a field of wrecked tanks, its princeps linked to its wrath, its void shields flaring as incoming fire broke against it. Clast saw Kharn enter the wreckage of a fallen warhound titan. That path made no sense. It was a maze of molten metal, exposed reactor death, unstable munitions, and collapsing God engine bone. No sane commander would route forces through it. Kharn did not route forces. He walked. Berserkers followed because refusal meant being behind him, and being behind Kharn was never safe. They emerged beneath the Titan's firing angle. By the time Clast adjusted the God Engine's step, Kharn had reached the command relay bunker at the Sire's feet. The bunker controlled Skitarii reserves and void shield harmonics for the forward engine line. Its doors sealed. Its servitors chanted emergency rites. Its defenders died in the order Kharn reached them. Gorachild tore through the blast door's locking spine. Plasma fire turned the interior command staff into burning silhouettes. A tech priest raised a power axe and a prayer to the Omnissiah. Kharn broke both. The relay died. The Sire of Ash lost shield cohesion for 9 seconds. 9 seconds was enough. A demon engine with a cannon fused to its spine fired from the smoke. The shot struck the Titan's knee. Another struck the hip. Clast felt the God Engine's pain as white light through his skull. The Sire fell slowly, majestically, crushing hundreds of combatants beneath it, loyalist and traitor alike. As it died, Clast's last visual feed showed Kharn walking away from the relay bunker beneath a rain of Titan wreckage, not looking up. He did not know whether the betrayer had seen the God Engine fall. He suspected it would not have mattered. Blood angels met Kharn in the red mud beyond the engine grave. Noble killers, beautiful in wrath, cursed by their own hunger, and yet chained to duty with a discipline that made the world eaters snarl. They descended on jump packs, blades bright, bolters roaring. For a moment, the the battlefield became a clash of red against red, angels against butchers, rage controlled against rage enthroned. Kharn killed through them toward the command node, taking wounds that would have stopped lesser champions, his armor cut open, his helm scarred, Gorachild howling with each transhuman death. A Blood Angel's captain struck him from above, blade descending toward the neck. Kharn turned at the last instant. The blade bit into his pauldron. Khorne caught the captain by the ankle, slammed him into the wreckage, and fired plasma into his chest until the noble armor became a smoking crater. He stepped over the corpse before the jump pack stopped sparking. The Butcher Horde won battles that way. Not elegantly, not cleanly, not even efficiently by the standards of those who valued armies as possessions. Kharn reached command nodes by killing through the places sane commanders avoided. He ignored the expected roads and found the veins. He won by making battlefields ashamed of their own plans. But victory around him was always diseased. A Chaos rival assigned to support him at Amathul tried to withdraw his warband after the Imperial line cracked, intending to preserve strength for the next objective. Kharn saw warriors turning away while enemies still lived. Gorechild took the rival's head before the withdrawal order finished crossing the Vox. The warband stayed. Most died. The objective fell. No one asked whether the cost had been necessary. Around Kharn, necessity was measured only in whether blood still flowed. Then the galaxy split. The Great Rift opened like a wound across reality, and the stars learned new ways to scream. Warp storms swallowed roots that had endured since the Great Crusade. Worlds vanished behind curtains of madness. Demons walked beneath suns that still shone. Astropaths died at their posts, with their mouths full of other voices. The Imperium became two bleeding halves, one blinded by darkness, the other clinging to the corpse light of terror. For the servants of the Blood God, the age did not become easier. Ease was irrelevant. It became louder. Khorne's wars rode the storms into real space. Blood waves broke across systems already wounded by the rift. Brass hosts marched from impossible horizons. Mortal cults rose in hive cities, agri-worlds, prison moons, shrine stations, and warships lost in translation. Demon engines clawed themselves from manufactoria that had never built them. Men butchered their commanders, then their kin, then themselves when no enemies remained. The Butcher Horde swelled, as if the galaxy's opened wound had become a road leading every killer toward Kharn. He did not celebrate. Celebration was another pause. He stood on the bridge of a warship whose name had changed too many times to matter, surrounded by skull racks, brass chains, and crewmen who flinched whenever Gorechild's teeth clicked in idle hunger. The void beyond the armoured glass burned with warp light. Red storms moved between stars. Voices chanted from Vox channels with no source. A dark apostle spoke from the shadows behind him. One of those fools who believed prophecy could be placed like a collar around a beast. The Blood God opens the age of slaughter, the priest said. Worlds uncounted call for your axe, betrayer. Kharn ignored him. His helm lenses were fixed on a distant glow in the tactical display. A world half-veiled by storm. Tsadreka. The name meant nothing to the nails. Names rarely did. But something shone there beneath the blood reek of the warp. A sanctified presence. A blade of faith cutting upward through smoke. Not a wall. Not an army. Not a command node. A soul that had stood up in the red dark and refused to fall. Saint Celestine. The name entered the bridge through the murmuring of frightened augurs and the hiss of demonic static. The priest behind Kharn whispered of omens. The crew held its breath. The butcher horde waited for a direction. Kharn turned from warlord to hunter. "Set course," he said. The Dark Apostle smiled, thinking destiny had listened. Khorne did not look at him. Now. Tsadreka had become a shrine to evacuation, which meant it had become a shrine to fear. The great rift burned across the heavens like a wound that no god, corpse, saint, or tyrant could close. Its light bled through the sky in bruised crimson and impossible violet, turning cloud banks into screaming faces and casting shadows that moved against the direction of the fires. Astropathic choirs had died first, then the orbital relays, then the outer pilgrim cities, swallowed beneath warp storms that rolled over their walls and left behind only bells ringing in empty towers. The Imperial defenders had not come to win. They had come to save what could be carried, burn what could not, and die in a manner that would give the lie to despair for a few more hours. At the evacuation fields, landers rose through flak smoke and demonic rain, their engines shrieking beneath the weight of relics, wounded officers, sealed reliquaries, gene-coded command archives, and thousands of terrified souls who had been told their survival mattered to the Imperium. Around the fields, Astra Militarum regiments dug firing lines with entrenching tools, bayonets, and bare hands when the tools broke. Priests moved between them with censers and cracked loudhailers, shouting hymns that vanished beneath artillery. Space Marines held the inner approach roads in battered knots, bolters speaking with disciplined wrath. Servo skulls circled above trenches clogged with ash and bandages. Vox towers howled static that sometimes became laughter. Beyond the defense lines, Khorne's host came with the storm. Demons ran on clawed limbs through shellfire. Brass hounds bounded over minefields, their metal jaws glowing with furnace heat. Cultists came in red tides, many without armor, some without skin, all of them screaming praise as lasfire cut them down in rows. Renegade armor pushed through the corpse heaps, tracks grinding bone into paste. World Eaters moved behind them, patient only because the slaughter ahead thickened with every breath. And at the center of the red advance came Kharn. He did not come to debate divinity. He did not come to test faith. He came because something sanctified shone through the slaughter, and the blood god did not suffer bright things to stand unclaimed. Saint Celestine descended over the inner field in a blaze of gold and white fire. Wings spread, blade lifted, her radiance cutting through warp shadow like dawn made into war. Men who had been seconds from breaking rose when they saw her. Guardsmen with empty magazines fixed bayonets. Wounded space marines reloaded with ruined hands. Priests wept as they shouted. The evacuation alarms, the shell impacts, the demonic howls, all of it seemed, for one impossible heartbeat, to bend around her presence. Hope took form. Kharn hated it only as much as he hated any obstruction. He moved faster. A squad of Tempestus Scions tried to intercept him at the lower causeway. Their plasma guns fired in perfect order. One shot struck his breastplate and spilled blue-white light across the brass rune, hammered there. Another clipped his helm and tore away a horn tip. He did not slow. Gorachild took the first scion through the torso, the second through the hip, the third through raised arms and helm. His plasma pistol answered the rest, turning disciplined men into burning shadows against the barricade they had sworn to hold. Celestine met him before the reliquary gate. Her blade came down in a star-bright arc. Kharn did not parry like a duelist. He crashed into her like a murder given transhuman form. Gorachild screamed against sanctified steel. Sparks and bloodfire burst between them. Celestine moved with grace that belonged to miracle, each strike carrying light, judgment, and the desperate prayers of dying men. Kharn moved without honor. He struck at wings, knees, throat, hands. He fired his plasma pistol at point-blank range when blades locked. He drove his helm into her face. He used weight, rage, speed, and the endless hunger of the nails as one brutal language. She wounded him. Her sword opened his side, and light poured into the cut like acid. He snarled, not in pain alone, but in offense that anything could burn hotter than the nails. She struck again, and this time the blow split his pauldron and drove him back half a step. Half a step was enough to become insult. Kharn answered with Gorechild. The chain axe caught her guard, dragged it wide, and bit. The teeth screamed through armor, light, and flesh. Her radiance flared once, brilliant enough to blind mortals across the field. Men cried out in triumph before they understood. Then the light fell inward. Kharn stood over the broken miracle. Around him, hope died in the throats of those who had borrowed it. He did not raise a trophy for their benefit. He did not speak to them. He turned from the gate and walked into the defenders with Gorechild revving, and the evacuation became a rout written in red. After Tsadrika, the Blood Crusade rolled across the sundered galaxy on the crests of the blood waves. They came without warning, as if the Great Rift itself had learned the taste of arterial spray and spat armies into reality wherever the veil thinned. Demons materialized in hive squares and cathedral vaults. Cults rose in manufactoria and prison moons, killing overseers first, then families, then one another when the frenzy left no enemies standing. Renegades and world eaters appeared out of storms that should have held only madness. Kharn's name moved ahead of them, never as comfort, never as command, but as a promise that any battle touched by him would forget the difference between victory and massacre. Armageddon called him like an old wound reopening. That world was already a grave with oceans, hives, ash wastes, and history piled too thick to bury. It had known orc invasions large enough to drown continents in green bodies. It had known imperial counter-offensives measured in millions of dead before breakfast. Its hive spires were fortresses. Its wastes were graveyards of tanks and walkers. Its skies were permanently stained by industry and war. Then the Great Rift twisted the wound wider, and Armageddon became something worse. Demons walked where orc mobs bellowed. Imperial artillery fired into both and sometimes into its own retreating lines. Sanctified bastions became slaughterhouses. Ash storms carried voices that promised skulls, teeth, glory, and the end of waiting. Kharn passed through Armageddon like a blade dragged across a battlefield already bleeding from every vein. Orcs laughed when they saw him and charged because that was their only prayer. He killed them by the mob, Gorechild tearing through green muscle, iron jaw plates, crude armor, and roaring faces. Guardsmen fired from trenches where old bones surfaced through the mud. He killed them too. Demons bowed their horned heads or leapt to fight beside him until they strayed too near his path. Then he killed them as well. Every faction learned again the lessons Scalathrax had burned into legend. Near Kharn, allegiance was a temporary condition. Blood was permanent. Then Angron returned to the great wars of the age, no longer merely a shadow summoned by slaughter, but a red apocalypse hurled into real space, with purpose enough to terrify even those who worshipped rage. Kharn stood beside his father again, in the Arcs of Omen era, and there was no healing in it. No son reclaimed, no father forgiven, no ancient wound closed by reunion beneath the gaze of Gods! Angron towered like hatred wearing wings and iron, his presence crushing thought from the air, his rage vast enough to bend armies toward ruin. Kharn stood below that shadow, smaller only in shape, not in meaning. He had spent 10,000 years becoming the answer to every lesson Angron had never meant to teach. Neither of them possessed anything left that could be called peace. Neither had mercy enough to recognize what had been lost. Father and son had only slaughter, and slaughter did not ask whether it was inheritance or curse. At Malak, the void itself became a killing field. The honor of terror burned against the dark, imperial pride made into a warship, its shields flaring beneath the assault of Angron's fleet. In Domitus' crusade, forces fought with the fury of men who believed the galaxy could still be reclaimed by discipline, faith, and enough guns. Naval batteries roared. Torpedoes crossed the void in golden streams. Boarding alerts rang through decks polished beneath Aquila banners and command shrines. Fleetmaster Trincus Abconsis directed the defense from the command sanctum, with every system failing by degrees around him. Then the Dreadclaws struck. They hit the honor of terror like iron parasites, burrowing through hull plating, disgorging berserkers into corridors meant for officers, ratings, armsmen, and orderly passage. The first corridor became a slaughter tunnel before the defenders could form a line. Bulkheads were chained shut behind the World Eaters, not to trap enemies with them, but to ensure no one behind them mistook survival for permission to retreat. Imperial Navy armsmen died in layers. Shotguns fired. Hellguns flashed. Flamers washed the passage in burning promethium, and red warriors ran through it with their armor aflame. Kharn came through the breach after the first wave had already turned the deck into ruin. Alarms wailed. Lumen strips strobed red. The ship's machine spirit screamed through damage klaxons and prayer code. Officers tried to establish fallback points. Armsmen built barricades from ammunition crates, dead servitors, and devotional statuary torn from wall niches. Kharn reached each barricade by choosing the worst approach. Through reactor steam, through collapsing maintenance crawlways, through rooms flooded with void frost from hull fractures, through the places tactical cogitators marked as impassable because cogitators understood probability, not hatred. Gorechild opened the way. A squad of Ultramarines honor guards met him before the inner lift spine, blue armor bright beneath emergency lights. They fought with courage and formation discipline, bolters firing in staggered rhythm, combat blades ready, one warrior bearing a power fist wreathed in killing light. Kharn drove into them without ceremony. Plasma took the first through the helm. Gorechild took the second at the waist. The power fist struck him hard enough to fracture chest plating and throw him into the wall. He rebounded with a roar that was not quite voice and buried the chain axe in the warrior's shoulder, dragging it through ribs, hearts, and reactor cabling until the loyalist collapsed in sparks. The remaining honor guards died trying to buy their fleetmaster seconds. They bought fewer than they hoped. Kharn reached the command sanctum as the honor of terror shuddered under bombardment. The doors were sealed, warded, reinforced, and guarded by men who knew they were already dead. He burned through the lock with plasma until the pistol screamed warnings into his palm. Then he drove Gorechild into the weakened seam and pulled. The sanctum opened. Inside, command officers stood at their posts despite the blood on the deck and the collapsing displays. Abconsis turned from the failing hololith as Kharn entered. He was a mortal commander, surrounded by the death of his fleet, yet he did not run. That made him rare. it did not make him less fragile. "For terror," the Fleetmaster said. Kharn crossed the sanctum. The last armsmen fired until their weapons clicked empty. The command crew died at their stations. The hololith shattered under a plasma shot, scattering the fleet's dying icons into sparks. Abconsist drew a sidearm and fired into Kharn's faceplate. The round flattened against scarred ceramite. Kharn took his head for the blood god. The honor of terror fell into silence one deck at a time. Beyond Malak, beyond Armageddon, beyond Sadrika and Cardia, and Scalathrax and Terra, the galaxy continued to burn because burning was the only continuity the age allowed. Empires measured losses, saints returned or did not. Primarchs strode from myth back into war. Fleets vanished, crusades advanced, worlds were named, defended, consumed, and forgotten. Every faction made plans around Kharn eventually, and every faction relearned the same truth in blood. He could not be reasoned with. He could not be commanded. He could not be contained. He could only be pointed towards something others wanted dead. And even then the wise stood far behind him and prayed he did not turn before the killing ended. When the smoke began to clear aboard the Honor of Terror, Kharn had already left the command sanctum. Bodies steamed in the failing heat. Alarms weakened into static. Somewhere deep in the ship, a wounded armsman crawled beneath a torn bulkhead, one hand pressed against the place where his abdomen had been opened by shrapnel. He heard boots pass nearby, heavy, certain, moving away from victory as if victory were only another delay. The armsman held his breath. Through the vox static, through the dying ship, through the last screams and the distant thunder of guns, he heard Gorechild revving somewhere in the dark. Then the sound moved on, drawn toward the next war.